The Wyoming sun burned white-hot in a merciless sky, baking the dirt street of Cheyenne into brick. Dust swirled in tiny cyclones between weathered storefronts as townsfolk gathered in an uneasy circle. Men removed their hats, despite the heat, eyes downcast, studying the patterns their boot tips made in the dust. Women pulled children close, covering young eyes. In the center of this human corral stood Sarah Miller, arms wrapped around her half-naked body, her torn dress hanging in tatters around her waist. 28 years old, hair the color of wheat, face sunburned and streaked with tears and dust. 3 months a widow, 1,000 miles from the Boston home she'd once known. "Look at her." The voice cracked across the town square like a bullwhip. Ezekiel Grayson sat astride his black stallion, a man in his 60s with a silver beard and the hard eyes of someone who'd spent a lifetime taking what he wanted. The former Confederate colonel's left sleeve hung empty below the elbow, pinned neatly to his immaculate black coat. A wound from Gettysburg he wore like a badge of honor. This northern woman thinks she can claim Wyoming soil that rightfully belongs to those who understand this territory. Flanking him on matching chestnut horses were his sons Elijah, 35, with a face like his father's, but harder, meaner, a cavalry sword hanging at his side despite the war being over 11 years, and Noah, 30, younger, with something in his eyes that might have been shame as he stared at the cloudless sky. "My husband's land is mine by right," Sarah said, voice surprisingly steady despite her humiliation. "The deed is legal and filed with—" The back of Elijah's gloved hand cracked across her mouth, splitting her lip. Blood trickled down her chin, dripping onto the dirt. "Your Yankee husband," Ezekiel spat, "came here with northern ideas and northern weakness. He died, as he lived, of a disease with no backbone to fight it." His voice rose, playing to the crowd. "Wyoming isn't for the weak. This territory demands strength." Sarah tasted copper and earth as she struggled to stay upright. William Miller had been many things, a drunk, sometimes cruel. A man who'd dragged her west with promises that turned to dust. But he'd been her husband. Their life together hadn't been the love match she'd dreamed of as a girl, but it had been hers. And now, the Graysons were stripping that away, along with her dignity. "That land," Ezekiel continued, "sits at the headwaters that feed my cattle. It's been Grayson water rights since we arrived in '66. Her husband knew that when he falsely claimed it." The town sheriff, a man with a perpetual squint and a star pinned to a vest that barely contained his belly, cleared his throat. "Colonel Grayson, there's legal ways to dispute property." "We are the law in Cheyenne," Elijah shouted, hand dropping to his sword hilt. The sheriff fell silent, backing away. Sarah felt the world narrowing to this moment, this circle of shame. She'd come west, with dreams of a new life. Boston had become unbearable after her father's bankruptcy and suicide. William Miller, a Union veteran with a charming smile and stories of opportunity in the Western territories, had seemed like salvation. She'd discovered too late that his charming smile vanished behind closed doors, that his hand was quick to strike, that the bottle was his truest companion. His death from fever should have freed her. Instead, it had left her vulnerable to men like the Graysons. "I'll not leave my home," she said, straightening despite her near-nakedness. "Not for you or any man." Ezekiel's weathered face twisted in disgust. "You'll leave one way or another. The question is whether you walk out of this territory or get carried out." He nodded to Elijah, who dismounted, uncoiling a length of rawhide from his saddle. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, but no one moved to help. The Graysons controlled the water, the cattle trails, the freight contracts. Crossing them meant ruin in this unforgiving land. As Elijah approached with the rawhide, Sarah looked into the crowd, searching for one sympathetic face, one person willing to stand against this injustice. She found only averted eyes. The crack of hooves on hard-packed earth cut through the silence. Not the sound of a galloping horse, but the steady, deliberate pace of a rider who saw no need for hurry. The crowd parted without being asked, revealing a single horseman on a spotted Appaloosa. The stranger wore a dust-covered duster, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, and a week's worth of silver-streaked beard on a face weathered to leather. A Colt single-action army hung at his hip, the walnut grip worn smooth by years of use. The word justice had been etched into the grip, the letters darkened by years of sweat and gun oil. The rider's ice-blue eyes surveyed the scene without expression. His gaze fell on Sarah, then moved to the Graysons, settling finally on Ezekiel. "That's far enough, Elijah." The voice was quiet, graveled by years and tobacco, but it carried across the square like thunder over the plains. Elijah's hand froze, the rawhide dangling. "Who the hell are you to—" "The lady keeps her clothes and her dignity." The rider dismounted in a single fluid motion that belied his 55 years. He removed his duster and approached Sarah, never taking his eyes off the Graysons. He draped the coat around her shoulders with surprising gentleness. "Ma'am?" Sarah clutched the garment around herself, inhaling the scents of horse leather and gunpowder. "Thank you," she whispered. Ezekiel Grayson's face had gone pale, his remaining hand white-knuckled on the reins. "Daniel Carter," he said, the name sounding like a curse on his lips. "I heard you'd skulked into Wyoming territory." "Not skulking, Ezekiel. Just living quiet." Carter's hand rested casually near his holster. "Appears quiet. Living isn't possible with you around." The name registered in Sarah's mind. Daniel Carter, former governor of Kansas Territory, a man whose reputation had traveled even to Boston. Stories of a lawman who'd brought justice to the frontier, who'd hung 5 members of the notorious James Younger gang. Some called him a hero, others a cold-blooded killer who hid behind a badge. "This isn't your concern," Ezekiel said, but there was something in his voice now, caution, perhaps even fear. "This woman's property is hers by legal right," Carter finished. "I was at the land office when she filed the deed 3 months back, everything proper and witnessed." Sarah looked at him in surprise. She didn't remember seeing him there. "I make it a point to know who owns what in this territory," Carter said, as if reading her thoughts. "Helps avoid misunderstandings." Elijah took a step forward, hand dropping to his sword. "You can't." "I can," Carter cut him off. "And I will." His coat still hung around Sarah's shoulders, leaving his holster clearly visible. "Ladies coming with me. You boys ride on home." "This isn't over," Ezekiel hissed. "Never figured it would be." Carter turned to Sarah, his expression softening slightly. "Ma'am, my horse is yours if you'd care to ride. Your home isn't safe right now." Sarah hesitated only a moment before nodding. Whatever this man's motives, staying in town meant death or worse. She allowed him to help her onto the Appaloosa, grateful for the coat that now covered her to her ankles. Carter looked up at her. "Hold the reins. I'll walk alongside." As they moved away from the town square, Sarah glanced back at the Graysons. Ezekiel's face was a mask of barely controlled rage. But it was the expression on Noah's face that caught her attention, a mixture of shame and something that might have been relief. "They'll come after us," she said quietly. "Yes, ma'am, they will." Carter didn't look up as he guided the horse down the dusty street. "But not today. Ezekiel's a lot of things, but he isn't stupid." He knows my reputation. You're Daniel Carter, the hanging judge of Kansas. A muscle twitched in his weathered cheek. That's a name newspapers gave me. Never cared for it myself. I know you, Sarah said suddenly. Not from the land office, from the general store. You were buying coffee when I first arrived in town with my husband. You nodded to me. Carter's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead. I remember. Why help me now? He walked several paces before answering. I've watched the Graysons take and take since I settled here. Seen them run off homesteaders, intimidate shopkeepers, threaten anyone who stands against them. He glanced up at her. Sometimes a man has to draw a line. They passed the town limits heading north toward the foothills. Sarah could see the shapes of distant mountains against the horizon, blue-purple beneath the vast Wyoming sky. Where are we going? My place. 15 miles north along the Powder River. Not much, but it's defensible. The word choice wasn't lost on her. You're expecting trouble. Trouble's been brewing since the war ended. Some men can't accept that the world's changed. His eyes briefly flicked to the distant horizon. Your husband's land, it's valuable. It's just a small homestead with some grazing land. It sits at the headwaters of 3 creeks that feed half the county. And there's talk of the railroad coming through. Whoever controls water rights controls who gets access to transportation. He glanced up at her. There's also a small gold deposit on the North Ridge. Not enough for a rush, but enough to make a man like Ezekiel covet it. Sarah stared at him. Gold William never mentioned, probably didn't know. Or maybe he did and kept it quiet. Carter's expression revealed nothing. Either way, the Graysons want that land and they don't care how they get it. They walked in silence for nearly an hour, the sun beating down mercilessly. Sarah's thoughts spun like the dust devils that occasionally danced across the trail. William had claimed the land was a good investment, though he'd never explained why. Had he known about the gold, about the water rights? Had he deliberately put them in the Graysons' crosshairs? Why were you at the land office when I filed the deed? She asked finally. Carter adjusted his hat against the sun. I make it my business to know who owns what and where. Information keeps a man alive out here. Are you still a lawman? The question hung in the air between them. Carter's stride never faltered, but something in his shoulders tightened. No, ma'am. Just a rancher now. Left that life behind in Kansas. But there was something in his voice, a hollowness that suggested the past wasn't as far behind as he claimed. The Carter Ranch appeared first as a dark smudge against the landscape, gradually resolving into the shape of a fortress-like homestead as they approached. The main house was built of thick logs, windows small and defensible, with clear lines of sight in all directions. A barn corral and several outbuildings formed a rough courtyard, all positioned to provide cover if needed. You built this place for war, Sarah observed as they entered the yard. Carter helped her down from the horse. Built it to survive. Out here, that's sometimes the same thing. Inside the house was Spartan but clean. A stone fireplace dominated one wall of the main room, a wooden table and chairs occupied another. Gun racks held Winchester rifles at strategic points near doors and windows. Nothing decorative adorned the walls except a single framed document that Sarah couldn't make out from the doorway. Bedrooms through there. Carter pointed to a side door. It's yours while you're here. You'll find some clothes in the trunk belong to my mother. Might need taking in, but they'll cover you decent. Thank you, Sarah said, suddenly acutely aware of her state of undress beneath his coat. I don't know how to repay your kindness. Not kindness, ma'am. Just what's right. He turned away, giving her privacy. I'll be seeing to the horse. There's water in the pitcher if you want to wash up. The bedroom was as utilitarian as the rest of the house. A narrow bed with a handmade quilt, a chest of drawers, a small window with heavy shutters that could be barred from inside. The trunk at the foot of the bed contained several dresses of a style 20 years out of date, but made of good sturdy fabric. Sarah selected a simple blue gown and quickly changed, grateful to be properly clothed again. As she folded Carter's coat, she felt something in the pocket, a folded paper. She hesitated, then extracted it, telling herself she was just checking for anything that might fall out when she returned the garment. The paper was a telegram dated 3 weeks earlier. Carter. Stop Baxter. Springs Massacre. Not forgotten. Stop E.G. family. Searching for you. Stop. Leave Kansas immediately. Stop. Sarah's hand trembled as she refolded the paper and returned it to the pocket. E.G. family. Ezekiel Grayson. The telegram warned of something that had happened in Baxter Springs, Kansas, something that connected Carter to the Graysons, something dangerous enough that someone had warned him to flee. But Carter hadn't fled. He'd come to Wyoming, to the very territory where the Graysons had established themselves as the dominant power. Why she emerged from the bedroom to find Carter had returned, washing trail dust from his hands in a basin by the door. He glanced up, his expression unchanging as he took in her appearance in his mother's dress. "Fits well enough," was all he said. Sarah handed him his coat. "Thank you again. I've imposed on you enough. If you could loan me a horse, I should return to my homestead." Carter dried his hands on a towel. "Can't do that, ma'am." "I beg your pardon. Graysons will be watching your place. You go back there now, you won't last the night." He hung his coat on a peg by the door. "You'll stay here until we figure something out. I can't just abandon my home." "You won't, but you can't defend it alone, and I can't split myself between two properties." He gestured to a chair at the table. "Sit. You need to eat." Sarah remained standing. "Mr. Carter, while I appreciate your help today, I am not accustomed to being ordered about by strange men." The faintest hint of a smile touched his lips. "Fair enough. Would you please sit and eat something, Mrs. Miller? You've had a trying day, and hunger won't improve matters." She sat watching as he moved to the stove where a pot of something aromatic simmered. He ladled stew into 2 bowls and placed one before her, along with a hunk of bread. "It's not fancy," he said, taking the seat opposite her, "but it'll keep body and soul together." The stew was simple venison, potatoes, carrots, but after the day's events, it tasted like the finest meal she'd ever had. They ate in silence for several minutes before Sarah gathered the courage to ask what was on her mind. "What happened at Baxter Springs?" Carter's spoon paused halfway to his mouth. He set it down slowly, his eyes meeting hers with an intensity that made her shiver despite the warm room. "3 rules while you're here," he said, his voice low and controlled. "Don't go into my room. Don't ask about my past. And if I tell you to do something, do it without question. It might save your life." "I found the telegram in your coat pocket," she admitted. "I wasn't snooping, but doesn't matter how you found it." He pushed his bowl away, appetite apparently gone. "What matters is understanding your situation. The Graysons want your land, and they'll kill to get it. I can offer you shelter and protection, but not if you're going to pry into matters that don't concern you." "Don't concern me?" Sarah felt heat rising in her cheeks. "I was publicly humiliated today because of some feud between you and Ezekiel Grayson. My home and life are threatened. How does this not concern me?" Carter stood his chair, scraping against the wooden floor. He walked to the window, scanning the horizon before speaking again. 15 years ago, I was U.S. Marshal in Kansas Territory. Ezekiel Grayson was funding Confederate guerrilla fighters Quantrill's raiders who were terrorizing Union settlements. I tracked them to Baxter Springs, but I was too late. His voice had gone flat, emotionless. They massacred the town. 47 civilians, including my wife and infant son. Sarah's hand flew to her mouth. Mr. Carter, I hunted them down, every last raider, brought them to justice the legal way with trials and proper hangings. He turned to face her, his eyes like blue ice. All except the man who funded them. Ezekiel Grayson disappeared, protected by his money and connections. I spent years looking for him, only to discover he'd established himself here in Wyoming while I was searching elsewhere. So you came here for revenge. I came here for justice. The distinction seemed important to him. There's a difference. Sarah studied him, this hard-weathered man who had saved her from humiliation and possible death. A man driven by ghosts and old wounds. A man who had built a fortress in the wilderness and filled it with guns. Why help me? Why not just go after Grayson directly? Carter's lips pressed into a thin line. Because I'm not a murderer. I'm a lawman, or I was. Justice comes through the law, not from the barrel of a gun. He paused. And because no one else in that town had the courage to stand up for what's right. Before Sarah could respond, a sound cut through the evening air, a high warbling cry that raised the hair on the back of her neck. Carter was at the window in an instant, rifle in hand. Get away from the windows. Now. Sarah obeyed, pressing herself against the wall. What is it? Cheyenne war cry. Carter's eyes never left the horizon as he scanned the gathering dusk. Someone's watching the ranch. Indians, I thought the army had them under control after Little Bighorn. Not all Cheyenne fought with Sitting Bull. Some have managed to stay free of the reservations. He adjusted his position slightly. That wasn't a threat. It was a greeting. And not meant for me. Then who? You. Carter finally looked at her. They're watching us, trying to understand why I brought a white woman to my ranch. They're curious. Sarah felt a chill despite the warm evening. Are we in danger? Not from them. Not yet. Carter lowered the rifle slightly. But it means we're being observed from all sides now. Grayson's from the South Cheyenne. From the north. What do we do? Carter's expression was grim in the fading light. We prepare, because when Ezekiel Grayson decides to move against us, he won't come alone, and he won't show mercy. He crossed to a cabinet and unlocked it, revealing an arsenal of weapons. He selected a Winchester rifle, checking the action before holding it out to her. Do you know how to use this? Sarah hesitated. I've never fired a gun in my life. Then your first lesson starts now. He pressed the rifle into her hands. Because when trouble comes, and it will, I can't defend this place alone. As darkness settled over the Wyoming plains, Sarah Miller, Boston-bred schoolteacher turned frontier widow, held the unfamiliar weight of the rifle and realized how far she'd traveled from the life she'd once known. The civilized world of Boston drawing rooms seemed as distant as the stars now appearing in the vast western sky. Whatever lay ahead, there would be no going back. Dawn broke cold and clear, painting the eastern sky in bands of orange and gold. Sarah had slept poorly, the strange bed and stranger circumstances keeping her mind racing through the night. She rose and dressed in one of the old-fashioned gowns, grateful at least to be properly clothed. In the main room, she found Carter already up, coffee boiling on the stove. He acknowledged her with a nod, pouring her a cup without asking. We start shooting practice after breakfast, he said, placing a plate of bacon and biscuits on the table. Need to see if you've got steady hands. Mr. Carter. Daniel, If we're going to be dodging bullets together, might as well use my given name. Daniel, then. Sarah seated herself at the table. I appreciate your protection, but I can't impose on you indefinitely. I need to return to my homestead salvage what I can of my life. He sat across from her, his weathered face giving away nothing. The Graysons won't give up. You understand that, don't you? This isn't just about your land anymore. By standing against them publicly, we've challenged their authority. Then what do you suggest? That I simply abandon everything? Daniel took a slow sip of coffee. I suggest you learn to shoot first. Then we'll discuss options. After breakfast, they moved to the rear of the property where Daniel had set up Target's tin cans, arranged on a fallen logs about 50 yards distant. He showed her how to hold the Winchester, how to sight along the barrel, how to control her breathing. Squeeze the trigger, don't pull it, he instructed, standing close behind her, his arms guiding hers into position. Let the shot surprise you. Sarah tried to focus on the target rather than the proximity of this man she barely knew. His chest was solid against her back, his hands steady as they positioned hers on the rifle. She could smell leather coffee and something distinctly male. The rifle cracked the recoil, jarring her shoulder. The bullet went wide, missing the log entirely. Again, Daniel said, adjusting her grip slightly. This time, breathe out as you squeeze. By midday, Sarah had managed to hit 3 cans, her shoulder aching from the rifle's kick. Daniel nodded, apparently satisfied with her progress. You've got a natural eye, he said, taking the rifle to clean it. A few more days of practice, you'll be hitting targets at 100 yards. I'm not sure whether to be flattered or horrified that I have a talent for shooting, Sarah replied, massaging her shoulder. A ghost of a smile touched Daniel's lips. Out here, it's a necessary skill, like riding or starting a fire. As they walked back to the house, Sarah noticed a dust cloud on the horizon to the south, the direction of Cheyenne. Riders coming, she said, pointing. Daniel shaded his eyes, studying the approaching figures. Just one, I think. Moving too fast to be Grayson and his boys. He handed her the rifle. Get inside just in case. And remember what I taught you. Sarah hurried into the house, positioning herself by a window with the rifle ready. Through the glass, she watched as Daniel stood in the yard, hand resting casually near his holster as the rider approached. The horse that galloped into the yard was lathered with sweat, its sides heaving. The rider, an elderly man with wild white hair and a shopkeeper's apron, practically fell from the saddle. Sheridan, Daniel said, moving forward to steady the old man. What's happened? Sullivan, the man gasped, clutching Daniel's arm. He's in town. Ezekiel hired him. Even from inside, Sarah could see Daniel's posture stiffen. You're sure it's him? Tall man, all in black, wears gloves even in this heat. Has a silver watch chain with a judge's gavel charm. Sheridan nodded frantically. It's him, all right. The hanging Judge Sullivan. Daniel's face had gone hard as granite. Get inside, now! Once within the house, Daniel bolted the door and began checking weapons with practiced efficiency. Sheridan collapsed into a chair, accepting the water Sarah offered with shaking hands. Who is Sullivan? She asked. Bounty hunter, Daniel replied, without looking up from his task. Ex-Confederate cavalry. Calls himself the hanging judge as a mockery of actual justice. He doesn't bring men in for trial, he executes them on the spot. He killed the town sheriff this morning, Sheridan added, his voice steadying. Walked right up to him on the street, accused him of harboring Union sympathies, and shot him point blank. Then he pinned the star to his own chest and declared himself the new law in Cheyenne. Daniel checked the action on his Colt, his movements precise and controlled. With the sheriff dead, there's no one to stand against Grayson. He'll have free rein now. There's more, Sheridan said, leaning forward. Sullivan's posted bounties. $500 for you, Daniel, dead or alive. $200 for the woman. Sarah felt the blood drain from her face. They've put a price on my head, but I've done nothing. You stood up to them, Daniel said simply. That's enough. Sheridan reached into his vest and withdrew a folded paper, handing it to Daniel. Mason at the telegraph office sent this. Said to get it to you immediately. Daniel unfolded the telegram, his expression unchanging as he read the contents. Without a word, he handed it to Sarah. Carter, stop Federal Judge Cooper arriving Cheyenne. Stop investigating land fraud and civil rights violations. Stop. Use extreme caution. Stop Grant. President Grant sent this, Sarah asked, stunned. Ulysses and I served together before the war, Daniel said as casually as if discussing an old neighbor. He knows I've been tracking Grayson's activities. 100 questions raced through Sarah's mind, but before she could voice any of them, a sharp crack split the air. Sheridan jerked in his seat, a red stain blossoming on his chest. The window behind him had shattered glass, tinkling to the floor like deadly rain. Down, Daniel shouted, tackling Sarah to the floor as another shot splintered the doorframe where she'd been standing. Rifle, Daniel said, crawling toward the nearest window, southwest corner behind the rock outcropping. Can you see him? Sarah peered carefully around the edge of another window, Winchester ready. In the distance, she could make out a glint of metal among the rocks, a rifle barrel catching the sun. I see him, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. Can you make the shot? The target was at least 300 yards away, far beyond the range they'd practiced. I don't think so. Then keep your head down. He's trying to pin us while others approach. Daniel was moving from window to window, checking all approaches to the house. Sheridan's dead. They must have followed him. Sarah glanced at the old man slumped in the chair, blood pooling beneath him. The shopkeeper had died trying to warn them. Another innocent caught in the crossfire of this feud. There, Daniel said, pointing toward the eastern approach. 3 riders coming fast. Get ready. Sarah positioned herself at the window, rifle braced against the sill. Her hands were surprisingly steady as she sighted along the barrel, remembering Daniel's instructions from earlier. Breathe. Focus. Let the shot surprise you. The riders were closing rapidly, dust billowing behind their horses. 200 yards. 150. On my mark, Daniel said from his position at another window. The one on the left first. Sarah centered her sights on the leftmost rider, a man in a black duster with a red bandana covering the lower half of his face. Now, Daniel said. Their rifles cracked in unison. The rider Sarah had targeted jerked backward, toppling from his horse. Daniel's shot found the middle rider, who slumped forward but remained mounted, his horse continuing its charge. The third rider, seeing his companions hit, veered sharply away, heading for the cover of a nearby gully. Reload, Daniel ordered, already working the lever action on his Winchester. Sarah fumbled with the cartridges, her earlier calm giving way to shaking hands as the reality of what she'd just done hit her. She'd shot a man, possibly killed him. She, who had never harmed anyone in her life. Sarah, Daniel's voice cut through her rising panic. Stay focused. They're coming back. Indeed, the remaining horsemen had regrouped with several others who had emerged from the gully. 5 riders now spreading out to approach the ranch from multiple angles. They're trying to surround us, Daniel said, his voice clinically detached. We need to fall back to the barn. More defensible position, and we can use the tunnel if necessary. Tunnel, dug it last year, connects the house to the barn underground. Never know when you might need an escape route. A volley of shots peppered the front of the house, splintering wood and shattering another window. Sarah ducked instinctively, feeling glass shards rain down on her. "Go!" Daniel said, firing twice more before moving to Sheridan's body. He quickly searched the dead man's pockets, retrieving a folded paper that he tucked into his own vest. "Through the back door across to the barn. I'll cover you." Sarah hesitated. "What about Mr. Sheridan? We can't just leave him." "He's beyond our help now." Daniel's voice was gentle despite the urgency. "We'll give him a proper burial if we survive this." The stark reality of their situation hit Sarah anew. This wasn't Boston with its police and civilized rules. This was the frontier where death came swift and often. "Ready?" Daniel asked, moving to the back door. "When I start firing, you run. Don't stop, don't look back. Straight to the barn door." Sarah nodded, gripping the Winchester with white knuckles. Daniel threw open the door and stepped out, both rifles blazing, as he provided covering fire. Sarah ran, heart-pounding, expecting at any moment to feel the burn of a bullet in her back. The distance to the barn seemed impossibly vast, though it couldn't have been more than 30 yards. She reached the barn door, yanking it open and diving inside. Seconds later, Daniel backed in after her, still firing methodically at their attackers. "Bar the door," he instructed, moving to a ladder that led to the hayloft. "Then, get up here." Sarah slid a heavy wooden beam into place across the door, then climbed the ladder to where Daniel was already positioning himself at a small window. The elevated position gave them a commanding view of the yard between the house and barn. "5 of them," Daniel said, counting the riders who now circled the property at a cautious distance, plus the riflemen in the rocks. "What do we do?" Sarah asked, trying to control her breathing. "Wait. They won't risk a frontal assault on the barn. Too exposed." He glanced at her. "You did well back there. First time in a firefight, most folks freeze up." "I killed a man," she said, the words feeling strange on her tongue. "You defended yourself," Daniel corrected. "There's a difference." Before Sarah could respond, a new sound reached them, a high, ululating cry that echoed across the plains. The same Cheyenne call she'd heard the previous evening, but multiplied now, coming from multiple directions. Daniel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the horizon. "Looks like we have new players in the game." From the north, a dozen mounted warriors appeared, their horses kicking up dust as they rode hard toward the ranch. They carried rifles alongside traditional bows, their faces painted for war. The Sullivan men turned to face this new threat, clearly caught off guard. They regrouped hastily, forming a defensive line. "Two hawks," Daniel said, a note of recognition in his voice. "Cheyenne war chief. I helped his people once when army patrols were harassing them." "Are they here to help us?" "Maybe. Or maybe they're just taking advantage of the situation to settle their own scores with white men." Daniel continued watching as the Cheyenne warriors closed the distance. "Either way, it gives us an opportunity." The Sullivan men fired a ragged volley at the approaching Cheyenne, dropping one warrior from his horse. The others scattered, circling like wolves around prey, firing with surprising accuracy from horseback. 2 of Sullivan's men fell. The others, realizing they were outmatched, turned and fled toward the gully, pursued by whooping warriors. "Now," Daniel said, already moving toward the ladder, "while they're occupied, we need to get to the tunnel." They descended quickly, Daniel leading the way to a trapdoor concealed beneath hay bales in a corner of the barn. He lifted it, revealing a narrow passage dug into the earth. "It's a tight fit, but it'll get us to the house. From there we can make for the ridge line. I have supplies cached there for emergencies." Sarah stared into the dark passage, claustrophobia threatening to overwhelm her. "I don't think I can—" A tremendous crash cut her off as something slammed against the barn door. The wooden bar groaned, but held. "That wasn't Cheyenne," Daniel said, drawing his Colt. "Sullivan's men must have circled back." Another crash, and the bar splintered. One more would break it entirely. "No choice now," Daniel said, practically pushing Sarah toward the tunnel. "Go!" Sarah forced herself into the narrow passage, the earthen walls pressing in on all sides. She crawled forward on hands and knees, trying not to think about the weight of soil above her or the possibility of collapse. Behind her, she heard the barn door give way with a final crack, followed by shouts and gunfire. Then Daniel was in the tunnel behind her, pulling the trapdoor shut, just as boots thudded on the barn floor above. "Keep moving," he whispered, his voice urgent in the darkness. "Quickly now." They crawled through the suffocating passage, the only sound their labored breathing and the occasional distant thud from above. After what seemed an eternity, Sarah's hand felt another wooden surface, a second trapdoor. "Wait," Daniel whispered, his body pressing close behind hers in the narrow confines. "Listen first." They remained still, ears straining. No sound came from beyond the trapdoor. "I'll go first," Daniel said. "If anything happens, turn and run back the way we came. The tunnel has a branch about halfway that leads to the creek bed. Follow it out and head north. 2 Hawks people will find you." Before Sarah could protest, Daniel had eased past her in the tight space and was carefully lifting the trapdoor. A slice of light penetrated the darkness as he raised it an inch, then 2, peering into the house above. Satisfied, he pushed the door fully open and pulled himself up, then reached back to help Sarah. They emerged into Daniel's bedroom, a space as Spartan as the rest of the house, with a narrow bed, a gun rack, and a single photograph in a silver frame on the bedside table. Sarah caught a glimpse of a smiling woman holding an infant, before Daniel was moving again, retrieving a saddlebag from beneath the bed. "Ammunition, money, supplies," he explained, slinging it over his shoulder. "Enough to keep us alive in the hills for a few weeks if needed. The Cheyenne may help us, may not. 2 Hawks respects me, but his young men are angry after Little Bighorn. White faces aren't welcome in their camps right now." Sarah moved to the window, carefully peering out. The yard between house and barn was empty, but she could hear shouting from the direction of the barn, Sullivan's men discovering the tunnel. "They'll be here any minute," she said. Daniel nodded, checking his Colt one final time. "We'll go out the front, make for the rocks east of the property. If we can reach the ridgeline, we'll have the high ground." They moved silently through the house, Daniel pausing only to retrieve a wooden box from a cabinet ammunition for the rifles Sarah assumed. At the front door, he hesitated, listening to the sounds of pursuit from the rear of the house. "Stay behind me," he said. "If I fall, take the saddlebag and run. Don't stop for anything." Sarah nodded, throat too dry for words. Daniel eased the door open, checked the yard, then motioned her forward. They slipped out, keeping low as they moved toward the cover of a water trough near the corral. They had covered perhaps half the distance to the rocks when a shout went up from the house. Sullivan's men had emerged from the tunnel. "Run!" Daniel ordered, turning to provide covering fire. Sarah sprinted for the Rock's rifle clutched in white-knuckled hands, Daniel's saddlebag bouncing against her hip. Behind her, gunfire erupted the deeper bark of Daniel's Colt, answering the sharper crack of their pursuers' weapons. She reached the first outcropping, diving behind it, as bullets whined off stone around her. Turning, she saw Daniel backing toward her position, firing methodically as he came. Then suddenly, his body jerked, a red stain blossoming on his left arm. He staggered but kept moving, making it to the rocks before collapsing beside her. "You're hit," she gasped, reaching for the wound. "Just a graze," he said through gritted teeth. "Keep watching the house. They'll be coming." Sarah peered around the edge of the rock. 4 men were advancing cautiously from the house using whatever cover they could find. Beyond them, she could see more riders approaching from the direction of Cheyenne reinforcements for Sullivan. "There are too many," she said, fear tightening her chest. "We can't fight them all." Daniel was examining his wounded arm, binding it with a bandana. "We don't need to fight them all. Just hold them off until—" The war cry came again, louder this time. From the north, the Cheyenne warriors had returned, riding hard toward the ranch. "Right on time," Daniel said, a grim smile touching his lips. 2 hawks never could resist a good fight. The Sullivan men turned at the new threat, caught in the open between the house and the rocks where Daniel and Sarah sheltered. They hesitated, uncertain which enemy to engage first. That hesitation proved fatal. The Cheyenne swept in like a storm, rifles and bows, dealing death from horseback. 3 of Sullivan's men fell before they could organize a defense. The 4th turned to run and took an arrow between the shoulder blades. "Now," Daniel said, struggling to his feet. "While they're occupied. The ridge line." They moved from rock to rock, using the battle as cover for their escape. Behind them, more of Sullivan's men had arrived and were engaging the Cheyenne in a chaotic firefight centered around the ranch house. As they reached the base of the ridge, a single rider broke away from the Cheyenne, galloping toward them. Sarah raised her rifle, but Daniel pushed the barrel down. "Wait," he said. "That's 2 hawks." The warrior who approached was in his 50s, his face painted with red and black stripes, eagle feathers adorning his long braids. He reined his horse to a stop before them, eyes taking in Daniel's wounded arm and Sarah's disheveled appearance. "Carter," he said, his English accented but clear. "You keep interesting company these days." "2 hawks," Daniel nodded respectfully. "Your timing is appreciated." The war chief's gaze shifted to Sarah. "This is the woman Grayson tried to shame in town." "Sarah Miller," Daniel confirmed. "Her husband's land is what Grayson is after." 2 hawks studied her for a long moment. "The white man's battles do not concern me. But Sullivan," he spat on the ground, "he hunted my people last winter, killed women and children for bounties." "He works for Grayson now," Daniel said. "They've taken control of Cheyenne." 2 hawks' expression hardened. "Then our enemies are the same." He gestured toward the continuing battle around the ranch. "My warriors will hold them here. You take the woman to our camp in the northern hills. It is safe there." "Your hospitality honors us," Daniel said formally. 2 hawks turned his horse, then paused. "The spirits told me you would need help today, old friend. That is why we watched your ranch. The signs said blood would flow." With that cryptic statement, he galloped back toward the battle, leaving Daniel and Sarah to continue their climb up the ridge. "You have interesting friends," Sarah said as they picked their way up the rocky slope. "Out here, you take allies where you can find them." Daniel winced as his wounded arm caught on a branch. 2 hawks and I have a complicated history. His people killed my father during a raid when I was a boy. Years later, I saved 2 hawks from Army scouts who would have executed him without trial. And now, he's saving us. Sarah shook her head at the strange symmetry of it. They reached the top of the ridge as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the plains below. From their vantage point, they could see the battle still raging around the ranch. Tiny figures locked in combat, occasional flashes from gunfire punctuating the gathering dusk. "We'll rest here for a moment," Daniel said, easing himself down on a boulder. "Then push on to the Cheyenne camp." Sarah sat beside him, suddenly aware of how exhausted she was. The events of the day, the shooting, the flight through the tunnel, the desperate escape had drained her completely. Her hands shook as she set the rifle down. "You're in shock," Daniel observed. "Here," He pulled a flask from his saddlebag and offered it to her. "Whiskey. Just a sip." Sarah took a small swallow, the liquor burning a trail of fire down her throat. "Thank you," she gasped, returning the flask. Daniel took a longer drink before recapping it. "You did well today. Most folks would have broken under half of what you've been through. I didn't have much choice. There's always a choice. You could have surrendered to the Graysons, could have run when the shooting started, could have frozen up." He studied her with those ice-blue eyes. "But you didn't. Shows character." Sarah looked out over the plains toward the distant smudge that was her homestead, the little piece of Wyoming that had somehow become the center of this storm. "Why is this happening?" she asked quietly. "All this death, this violence over a piece of land. It's not just about the land." Daniel's voice was equally soft. "It's about power, control. Ezekiel Grayson lost everything in the war. His plantation, his slaves, his way of life. He came west to rebuild, to create a kingdom where the old Southern aristocracy could rule again. And my husband's land stands in the way. Your land is the key to controlling water rights for half the county. Without it, Grayson can't dictate terms to the railroad when they come through. Can't control who settles where." Daniel turned to look at her. "And then you stood up to him publicly, a woman defying Ezekiel Grayson in front of the whole town. He can't let that stand, or his power starts to crumble." Sarah absorbed this understanding for the first time, the true scale of what they faced. This wasn't just about a widow's homestead. It was about the future of Wyoming Territory itself. "What happens now?" she asked. "We reach the Cheyenne camp, rest, plan our next move." Daniel's gaze returned to the battle below. "Sullivan won't give up. Neither will Grayson. And now they know I'm involved, they'll bring everything they have against us." "You could walk away," Sarah said. "This isn't your fight." "Not really." Daniel was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low, weighted with memory. 15 years ago, I watched Quantrill's raiders murder my wife and son. Watched Ezekiel Grayson give the orders, then ride away while I lay bleeding, unable to stop it." He turned to her, his face carved from stone in the fading light. "So you see, Mrs. Miller, this has always been my fight. I've just been waiting for the right moment to finish it." In the valley below, flames had engulfed the barn, sending a column of black smoke into the darkening sky. The symbol of everything Sarah had believed about civilization, that law and order would prevail, that justice would protect the innocent, burned alongside it. She was no longer Sarah Miller of Boston. That woman had died in the dust of Cheyenne's main street. Who she was becoming, she didn't yet know. But as she watched Daniel Carter stare at the destruction of his home with the cold calculation of a man long accustomed to loss, she understood one thing clearly. If they survived what was coming, neither of them would ever be the same again. Darkness had claimed the Wyoming sky by the time Daniel and Sarah reached the Cheyenne camp. It appeared first as pinpricks of firelight in a sheltered valley, gradually resolving into a circle of lodges nestled among ancient cottonwoods along a stream. Dogs barked at their approach, and shadowy figures moved to intercept them, rifles gleaming in the moonlight. Daniel called out something in the Cheyenne language, a greeting or password that Sarah couldn't understand. The warriors responded, lowering their weapons, but maintaining wary postures as they escorted the newcomers into camp. The settlement was larger than Sarah had expected, perhaps 30 lodges arranged in a traditional circle. Some were decorated with painted symbols depicting buffalo hunts and spirit visions. Others bore the scars of harsh weather and hard travel. Women paused in their evening tasks to stare at the white woman in their midst, their faces unreadable in the firelight. They're not used to seeing white women here, Daniel explained quietly. Especially not one dressed like that. Sarah glanced down at her borrowed dress, now torn and dirt-stained from their escape. I imagine I'm quite a sight. You'll be provided with more practical clothing, a woman's voice said from nearby. Sarah turned to find a Cheyenne woman in her 40s approaching. She wore a deerskin dress adorned with intricate beadwork, her black hair streaked with silver and braided with eagle feathers. Her English was precise and cultured, surprising Sarah. "Morning Star," Daniel said with a respectful nod. "Thank you for the hospitality of your camp." "Two hawks sent word of your coming," the woman replied. He said the woman stood against Grayson's men with courage. Her dark eyes assessed Sarah carefully. "Is this true? She handled a rifle better than most men I've seen," Daniel said before Sarah could answer. Morning Star's expression softened slightly. "Then you are welcome among the people. Come, your arm needs tending, and you both require food and rest." She led them to a large lodge at the center of the camp, holding the entrance flap aside for them to enter. Inside, a fire burned in a central pit, its smoke rising through an opening in the lodge's apex. Furs and woven blankets covered the ground, and bundles of dried herbs hung from the lodge poles, filling the air with unfamiliar scents. An elderly man sat by the fire, his face deeply lined with age, eyes milky with cataracts. He spoke in Cheyenne, his voice reedy but strong. "My father, Lone Bear," Morning Star explained. "He asks if you have come to finish what was started at Baxter Springs." Daniel seated himself across the fire from the old man, wincing as he jarred his wounded arm. "Tell him I have come seeking justice, not vengeance. There is a difference." Morning Star translated, then listened to her father's lengthy response. "He says there is no difference to the dead, only to those who must live with what they have done." Sarah watched Daniel's face in the flickering firelight. Something passed across his features, a flash of pain deeper than his physical wound, before his expression hardened once more into its customary stoicism. "Your father is wise," he said simply. Morning Star nodded, then turned her attention to Daniel's arm. "Remove your shirt. The bullet must be taken out." As Daniel complied, Sarah caught her first full glimpse of the man beneath the weathered exterior. His torso was a map of old wounds, a puckered scar below his right collarbone, a long slash across his ribs. Smaller marks scattered across his sun-darkened skin, the marks of a violent life. Morning Star worked efficiently, cleaning the wound with a mixture of water and what smelled like whiskey. The bullet had carved a deep furrow across Daniel's upper arm, but hadn't lodged in the muscle. "You are fortunate," Morning Star said, applying a poultice of crushed herbs to the wound. "A little deeper, and you would have lost the use of your arm." "Wouldn't be the first time," Daniel replied, his face betraying no pain as she worked. Sarah accepted a wooden bowl of stew from a young girl who entered the lodge. The food was unfamiliar venison, with wild onions, and some root vegetable she couldn't identify. But after the day's events, she was too hungry to care. She ate quickly, realizing only as she finished how ravenous she'd been. "The woman will stay in my lodge tonight," Morning Star announced as she finished bandaging Daniel's arm. "You will stay with the Warrior Society." Daniel nodded his agreement. "Two hawks. When do you expect him?" "When the battle is done. Perhaps by morning." Morning Star's face revealed nothing of her feelings about her husband's absence. "Rest now. Tomorrow there will be a council." Later in Morning Star's lodge, Sarah found herself provided with clean clothes, a simple dress of soft deerskin adorned with minimal beadwork, and a place to sleep among the woman's daughters. As she changed, conscious of curious eyes watching her, She caught her reflection in a small mirror hanging from a lodge pole. The woman who stared back was a stranger face, smudged with dirt, and smoke hair, tangled and wild eyes holding a hardness that hadn't been there days before. Sarah Miller of Boston had indeed vanished, replaced by this frontier woman who had shot a man and fled through fire and gun smoke. "You fought alongside Carter," one of Morning Star's daughters said, a girl of perhaps 16 with intelligent eyes. "Few women, white or Cheyenne, would do such a thing." "I had little choice," Sarah replied, echoing her words to Daniel earlier. The girl shook her head. "There is always choice. You could have surrendered, could have begged for mercy." Sarah was struck by how closely this mirrored Daniel's observation. "You speak English very well." "The Jesus priests had a school," the girl explained, "before the soldiers came and burned it." She touched the deerskin dress Sarah now wore. "This was made for a woman of our tribe who was killed by Sullivan's men last winter. Her spirit will give you strength." Sarah felt a chill at wearing a dead woman's clothes, but understood it was meant as an honor, not a macabre gesture. "Thank you. What's your name?" "White, dear," the girl replied. "Now sleep. Tomorrow will bring more trouble." Sleep came surprisingly quickly, exhaustion overcoming the strangeness of her surroundings. Sarah dreamed of Boston drawing rooms transformed into Wyoming plains of tea parties, where the guests carried Winchester rifles of William's face contorted with the same cruel sneer as Elijah Grayson's. She woke to the sounds of the camp stirring in pre-dawn light. Outside Morning Star's lodge, women were already at work building fires, preparing food, tanning hides. Children darted between lodges, their play seemingly unchanged by the tensions that had brought armed warriors back to camp in the night. Sarah found Daniel at the edge of the settlement, watching the eastern horizon as the first golden light spilled across the plains. He'd been provided with a clean buckskin shirt to replace his blood-stained one, giving him the look of a man caught between two worlds. "Two hawks returned during the night," he said without turning. "Sullivan's men were driven off, but they'll be back with reinforcements. The ranch is destroyed." "I'm sorry," Sarah said, genuinely meaning it. The ranch had been Daniel's home, his fortress against the world. He shrugged his uninjured shoulder. "Just logs and timber. Can be rebuilt." "Did you sleep?" "Some." He finally looked at her, taking in her Cheyenne clothing with a raised eyebrow, but no comment. "Two hawks called a council. The elders are gathering now. Am I expected to attend?" "Yes. This concerns you too." The council took place in the largest lodge with two hawks presiding. The war chief had exchanged his battle paint for more formal attire, a magnificent headdress of eagle feathers, and a vest heavy with beadwork that Sarah suspected represented battles or honors. Around him sat a dozen elders, including Lone Bear and several other men of similar age. Morning Star was present as well, seated slightly behind her husband. Daniel and Sarah were given places of honor across the fire from two hawks. To Sarah's surprise, she saw another white man among the council, a rancher named Running Wolf, who had married into the tribe years earlier. His weathered face bore the same hard lines as Daniel's, the look of a man who had chosen a difficult path and refused to retreat from it. The council began with a pipe ceremony that Sarah observed in respectful silence. Then two hawks spoke first in Cheyenne, then switching to English for the benefit of the visitors. "Carter brings trouble to our door," he began, his voice carrying the authority of long leadership. "Grayson and Sullivan, two enemies of the people. Now they hunt Carter and this woman." "I did not come to bring you into my fight," Daniel replied, "only to seek temporary shelter." Two hawks made a dismissive gesture. "Sullivan made it our fight when he hunted our women and children for army bounties. 7 of my people died by his hand last winter. Their spirits cry for justice. An elderly man spoke up in Cheyenne, his voice quavering with age. Morning Star translated, "He asks what you plan to do, Carter. Will you hide among the Cheyenne while Sullivan burns more lodges, or will you face him?" "I'll face him," Daniel said without hesitation, "but I need to get Mrs. Miller to safety first." "I'm not leaving," Sarah said, surprising herself with the firmness in her voice. All eyes turned to her. "This is my fight, too. My land they're trying to steal. My husband they insulted. My life they threatened." Daniel's expression darkened. "This isn't Boston, Sarah. These men won't hesitate to kill a woman." "They already tried," she countered. "Or have you forgotten the bullet that came through Sheridan's chest was meant for me?" Two Hawks studied her with newfound interest. "The woman has fire in her belly." "Good. She will need it." He turned back to Daniel. "Sullivan rides with 20 men now. Grayson has sent for more from Colorado. Soon they will come looking even here." "Then we need a plan," Daniel said, "not just to survive, but to end this." Running Wolf spoke for the first time, his voice carrying the slight accent of a man who had grown up speaking German before English. "I rode into town yesterday before the shooting started. Heard talk in the saloon. A federal judge is coming to Wyoming, name of Cooper. Due in Cheyenne next week." Daniel nodded slowly. "James Cooper. We served together during the war. He's a good man, honest. If we can get evidence of Grayson's land fraud to him, you think this judge can bring justice where others have failed?" Two Hawks sounded skeptical. "White man's law has never protected the people." "Cooper's different," Daniel insisted. "He prosecuted Army officers who massacred Cheyenne at Sand Creek, sent 2 of them to prison. This caused a stir among the elders. The Sand Creek massacre was still a raw wound for the Cheyenne people." "If what you say is true," Two Hawks said after a moment, "then perhaps this judge should hear of Grayson's crimes. But Sullivan will never let you reach Cheyenne alive." "Then we need to draw them out," Sarah suggested, "away from town." All eyes turned to her again, some widening in surprise at her boldness in speaking during a council. "The woman speaks sense," Morning Star said, earning a sharp look from Two Hawks that she ignored. "Let Sullivan come to us on ground of our choosing." Daniel shook his head. "I won't risk Cheyenne lives in my personal fight." "It is not just your fight," Two Hawks replied. "Not anymore." He gestured to the assembled elders. "We have voted. The people will stand with you against Sullivan and Grayson. But we do this our way on our terms." The council continued for another hour, strategies proposed and debated. Sarah found herself included in the discussions, her suggestions taken seriously despite her gender and outsider status. It was more respect than she'd ever received in Boston drawing rooms. As the council concluded, Two Hawks approached Sarah directly. "Carter says you can shoot. Is this true?" "I'm learning," she replied honestly. The war chief nodded. "Morning Star will teach you more. She has killed 17 men who threatened our people." He said this matter-of-factly, as if commenting on the weather. "You will need her skills in the days ahead." Before Sarah could respond, a commotion erupted outside the lodge. A young warrior burst in speaking rapidly in Cheyenne. Two Hawks' expression darkened as he listened. "Riders approaching from the south," he translated for Daniel and Sarah. "Not Sullivan's men. Different." Daniel was on his feet instantly. "How many?" "3. 1 wounded." They exited the lodge to find the camp in controlled motion, women gathering children, warriors, taking defensive positions with rifles ready. From their vantage point, Sarah could see dust rising from the southern approach to the valley. Daniel shaded his eyes against the morning sun. "That's Noah Grayson's horse in the lead." Sarah gasped. Ezekiel's son. Here. Stay in the camp, Daniel ordered, already striding toward his horse. 2 hawks. I need to meet them before your warriors get trigger-happy. The war chief nodded, barking orders that held his men in check as Daniel mounted and rode out to intercept the approaching riders. Sarah watched anxiously as Daniel met the newcomers about half a mile from camp. Even at this distance, she could see that one man slumped in his saddle, apparently the wounded one mentioned. After a brief exchange, Daniel turned and rode back toward camp, the 3 strangers following. As they drew closer, Sarah confirmed Daniel's identification. Noah Grayson rode in the lead, his expression grim. Behind him came an elderly man she didn't recognize, distinguished-looking, despite trail dust and exhaustion. The 3rd rider, the wounded one, was slumped forward, blood staining his shirt. The judge, Daniel announced as they reached the camp's edge. James Cooper. He was ambushed on the trail to Cheyenne. 2 hawks signaled his warriors to stand down as Daniel helped the injured man from his horse. Cooper was perhaps 60, with a shock of white hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. The wound in his side had been roughly bandaged, but blood was seeping through. Found him in a line shack near Lodgepole Creek, Noah Grayson explained as they carried Cooper toward Morning Star's lodge. Sullivan's men left him for dead. I was tracking them when I heard the shot. Why would you help a federal judge? Daniel asked, suspicious, despite the evidence before him. Your father. My father has gone too far. Noah cut him off. Hiring Sullivan, putting bounties on a woman's head, burning out homesteaders who won't sell. He shook his head in disgust. That's not the man who raised me. Inside the lodge, Morning Star immediately took charge, directing the wounded judge to be laid on a pallet of furs. She examined the wound with practiced hands. Bullet passed through clean, she announced, but there is infection starting. I need my medicines. As she worked, Cooper regained consciousness, his eyes focusing on Daniel. Carter, he rasped, should have known I'd find you in the thick of trouble. Rest easy, Jim, Daniel replied, clasping the older man's hand. You're safe now. No one's safe, Cooper coughed. Sullivan ambushed us 10 miles out of Cheyenne. Killed my escort, 4 good men. I'd be dead too, if not for this young man. He nodded weakly toward Noah. What brings you to Wyoming, Your Honor? Sarah asked. Cooper's eyes shifted to her, widening slightly at the sight of a white woman in Cheyenne dress. President Grant sent me to investigate reports of land fraud and civil rights violations. Former Confederates using intimidation to seize property, particularly from Union veterans and freedmen. His gaze moved to Noah. No offense intended, Mr. Grayson. None taken, Noah replied. I never shared my father's politics, or his methods. This was news to Sarah. Noah had stood with his father and brother during her humiliation in Cheyenne, saying nothing as she was stripped and threatened. Yet here he was, having saved a federal judge from Sullivan's assassins. Why should we trust you? She asked directly. Noah met her gaze without flinching. Because I have proof of my father's crimes. Documents that will hang him and Sullivan both. He reached into his coat and withdrew a leather portfolio. Land deeds falsified after the owners were driven off or killed. Financial records showing payments to Sullivan for services rendered. Lists of Union veterans who died under suspicious circumstances after refusing to sell their claims. He handed the portfolio to Daniel, who opened it and began examining the papers inside. His expression hardened as he read. This is enough to put Ezekiel away for life, he said finally, if we can get it to a grand jury. That was my intention in coming to Wyoming, Cooper confirmed from his sickbed, to convene a special grand jury under federal authority. But Sullivan had other ideas. My father doesn't know I took these, Noah added. He'll figure it out soon enough, though. The safe in his study wasn't exactly subtle in its emptiness. Morningstar finished applying a poultice to Cooper's wound and covered it with a clean bandage. He needs rest now. The fever will come then pass, if the spirits are willing. The others moved outside, gathering in the morning sunlight to continue their discussion. "We need to get Cooper and these documents to safety," Daniel said. "The territorial capital at Cheyenne would be best, but Sullivan controls the town now." "Laramie, then," Noah suggested. "The Army has a stronger presence there. Sullivan wouldn't dare move against a federal judge with a full cavalry company watching." Two Hawks, who had been listening silently, spoke up. "The Bluecoats are no friends to the people. But in this, our interests align. I will send warriors to escort you to Laramie." "It's too risky," Daniel objected. "If you're seen with us, it could bring the Army down on your people, treaty or no treaty." "We will not be seen," Two Hawks replied with the faintest hint of a smile. "Unless we wish to be." The discussion continued, plans made and discarded as various scenarios were considered. Sarah found herself fully included, her suggestions taken as seriously as any man's a novel experience that she found she rather enjoyed. As the others dispersed to make preparations, Noah approached her privately. "Mrs. Miller," he began awkwardly, "I owe you an apology for what happened in town. I should have spoken up, should have stopped my father and brother." Sarah studied him, trying to reconcile this seemingly decent man with the silent figure who had watched her humiliation. "Why didn't you—" Noah's gaze dropped to the ground. "Fear, not of physical harm, but of being cast out. The Graysons are all I've ever known." He looked up again, meeting her eyes directly. "It's no excuse, but after watching what they did to you, what Sullivan did to Judge Cooper, I couldn't stay silent anymore." There was sincerity in his voice that Sarah couldn't dismiss. "Actions matter more than words, Mr. Grayson. We'll see what yours say in the days ahead." He nodded, accepting the conditional nature of her forgiveness. "Fair enough." As Noah walked away, Daniel appeared at Sarah's side. "What did he want?" "To apologize," she replied. "I think he might actually mean it." Daniel's expression remained skeptical. "Maybe, or maybe he's hedging his bets in case his father loses this fight." He nodded toward the portfolio Noah had provided. "Those documents could be genuine, or they could be a clever way to lead us into a trap. You don't trust easily, do you?" "Not in my nature." Daniel glanced toward where Two Hawks was organizing his warriors. "But right now, we don't have much choice. Cooper needs medical attention beyond what Morningstar can provide, and those documents need to reach a grand jury. So we go to Laramie." Daniel nodded. "You, Cooper, and Noah with Two Hawks warriors as escort. I'll head in the opposite direction, draw Sullivan's attention away from you." "No," Sarah said firmly. "I'm not leaving you to face Sullivan alone. This isn't up for debate. Cooper's life depends on getting to a proper doctor, and those documents are our only chance at bringing Grayson to justice legally." His blue eyes held hers. "I've spent 15 years tracking Ezekiel Grayson. I'm not going to let him escape justice now because of foolish heroics." "It's not foolish to refuse to abandon an ally," Sarah countered. "Two Hawks said it himself. This isn't just your fight anymore." Before Daniel could respond, a distant cry went up from the Cheyenne lookouts positioned on the ridges above the camp. Two Hawks strode toward them, his expression grim. "Riders coming," he announced. "Many, from the direction of Cheyenne." Daniel was immediately alert. "Sullivan." "Yes, and Grayson. My scouts count at least 30 men." Two Hawks' eyes were hard as flint. "They found us faster than expected." "A trap," Daniel said, casting a suspicious glance toward where Noah stood. "Grayson's son led them right to us." "No," Two Hawks shook his head. My scouts have been watching. No signals, no tracks doubling back. They found us another way. Sarah felt a chill of realization. The shopkeeper, Sheridan. Sullivan's men must have followed him to your ranch, then tracked us from there. Daniel nodded grimly. How long do we have? An hour, maybe less. Two Hawks turned already issuing orders in Cheyenne. The camp erupted into coordinated activity, women dismantling lodges, children gathering belongings, warriors checking weapons. We need to move Cooper, Daniel said. He can't travel far in his condition, but we can't leave him here. There's a cave system in the hills north of here, Running Wolf offered, joining them. My wife's people have used it for generations. Hidden entrance, multiple exits. Defensible. Two Hawks considered this. Good. Take the judge and the woman there. I will leave 5 warriors with you as guards. And the rest of your people, Sarah asked. We break camp, move deeper into the mountains where Sullivan cannot follow without being seen by army patrols. The war chief's expression was resolute. This is not our first time evading white men who wish us harm. Daniel turned to Sarah. Get your things. And the rifle. We leave in 10 minutes. As the camp disassembled around her with practiced efficiency, Sarah returned to Morning Star's lodge to collect the few possessions she had. Daniel's saddlebag, the Winchester rifle, and a small medicine pouch Morning Star had given her for courage. The older woman was carefully packing her healing supplies, preparing to move the injured judge. She looked up as Sarah entered. You have chosen a difficult path, she observed. Walking with Carter brings danger. I didn't exactly choose it, Sarah replied, checking that the rifle was loaded. Circumstances chose for me. Morning Star gave her a knowing look. There is always choice, even in choosing to accept what fate has dealt you. She handed Sarah a deerskin pouch. Extra ammunition for your rifle. You will need it before this journey ends. Thank you. Sarah hesitated, then asked the question that had been bothering her since Noah's arrival. Do you trust him, Grayson's son? Trust is earned, not given, Morning Star replied. But I have seen men change when they witness great cruelty. Sometimes the son must reject the father to become himself. She studied Sarah for a moment. You carry much anger toward your dead husband. The observation caught Sarah off guard. How did you? I have lived 52 winters. I know the look of a woman who was not cherished. Morning Star's voice was matter-of-fact, without pity. That anger gives you strength now, but one day you must release it, or it will consume you. Before Sarah could respond, Daniel appeared at the lodge entrance. Time to go. Sullivan's riders have crossed the ridge. Outside, the transformation was remarkable. Where a bustling camp had stood minutes before now, only trampled grass remained. The Cheyenne had vanished into the landscape with their lodges, possessions, and livestock, leaving almost no trace of their presence. Only a small group remained: Daniel, Sarah, the wounded Judge Cooper, on a travois, Noah Grayson, Running Wolf, and 5 Cheyenne warriors who would serve as their escort. Two Hawks himself had already departed with the main group after a brief but intense conversation with Daniel that Sarah hadn't been able to overhear. Stay low, follow the creek bed, Running Wolf instructed as they set out. The cave is 3 miles north. We should reach it before Sullivan's men crest the far ridge. They moved quickly but carefully, keeping to natural cover whenever possible. Cooper, semi-conscious on the travois, groaned occasionally when the terrain turned rough, but otherwise remained silent. Noah took his turn, helping to carry the wounded judge without complaint, earning grudging nods of approval from the Cheyenne warriors. Sarah found herself walking beside Daniel, who maintained a vigilant watch on their back trail. "Do you think Sullivan will track us or follow the main Cheyenne group?" she asked quietly. "He'll split his force," Daniel replied. "Send most after Two Hawks. That's where he'll expect us to be. But he'll keep a smaller group searching for us specifically." "How can you be sure?" "Because it's what I'd do." Daniel's voice was flat. "And Sullivan and I were trained by the same man during the war." This was new information. "You knew Sullivan before?" Daniel's jaw tightened. "We served in the same Union cavalry unit, before he deserted to the Confederate side in '63. His eyes remained fixed on the horizon behind them. "He always was a man who followed power rather than principle." They reached the cave entrance by midday, a narrow fissure in a limestone cliff face, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. It was barely wide enough for a man to slip through sideways, making it easily defensible. Inside, the space opened up considerably. A series of interconnected chambers extended back into the hillside, some large enough to stand upright and others requiring a crouching posture to navigate. A small spring bubbled from the rock in one chamber, providing fresh water. "My wife's ancestors used this place during wars with the Crow," Running Wolf explained as they settled Cooper on a bed of pine boughs. "The people have hidden here many times when danger threatened." The Cheyenne warriors positioned themselves at strategic points, two at the main entrance, the others at smaller openings that Running Wolf showed them. These secondary exits were even more concealed than the main one, perfect for escape if their position was compromised. Noah Grayson examined the cave with obvious approval. "Defensible. Good sightlines to the valley below." He glanced at Daniel. "With enough ammunition, 5 men could hold off 50 here." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Daniel replied, still wary of Ezekiel's son, despite his apparent change of allegiance. Morning Star tended to Cooper, whose condition had stabilized during the journey. The fever she had predicted was beginning, his forehead hot to the touch, but her medicines seemed to be keeping the worst of the infection at bay. "He will live," she pronounced after changing his bandages, "if the wound does not fester further." As the afternoon wore on, they organized the cave for an extended stay, establishing sleeping areas, storing their limited supplies, and setting up a watch rotation. Sarah found herself assigned a watch with one of the Cheyenne warriors, a taciturn man named Tall Bull, who spoke little English but nodded approval when she properly checked and loaded her rifle. From her position near one of the smaller cave openings, Sarah had a clear view of the valley they had vacated hours earlier. In the distance, she could see dust clouds marking the movement of multiple groups of riders, Sullivan's men, she presumed, splitting up to search for their quarry. One group was moving steadily in their direction. "Daniel," she called softly. "Riders approaching from the south. 6, maybe 7. He joined her at the opening, studying the distant horsemen with narrowed eyes. "Sullivan's leading them personally," he said after a moment. "I recognize the black horse." "How could he know to look here?" Daniel's expression darkened. "He couldn't, unless someone told him." His gaze shifted to where Noah sat, cleaning his rifle near the main entrance, unaware of their scrutiny. "You still don't trust him," Sarah observed. "Trust gets you killed out here." Daniel checked his Colt, ensuring it was fully loaded. "I'm going out to set up a false trail, lead them away from the cave." "That's suicide," Sarah protested. "There are 7 of them." "I don't plan to engage. Just lay a trail obvious enough for Sullivan to follow, then circle back." He holstered the revolver. "If I'm not back by nightfall, you and Running Wolf get Cooper to Laramie. The documents are what matter now." "And if Sullivan catches you—" A cold smile touched Daniel's lips. "Then he'll be too busy with me to look for you." Before she could argue further, he slipped through the narrow opening and disappeared among the rocks below. Sarah watched as he made his way down the slope, moving from cover to cover, with the practiced ease of a man accustomed to hostile territory. "He hunts the hunter?" Tall Bull commented from beside her, surprising her with his sudden speech. "Brave, maybe foolish." "Definitely foolish," Sarah agreed, continuing to watch as Daniel reached the valley floor and began laying an obvious trail, broken branches, disturbed earth signs that even an amateur tracker would notice. Within minutes, Sullivan's group changed direction following the false trail Daniel had created. She lost sight of him as he disappeared into a stand of pines, the riders following at a cautious distance. The afternoon stretched into evening with no sign of Daniel's return. Sarah maintained her watch eyes straining in the fading light for any movement in the valley below. The other cave occupants settled into uneasy waiting. Cooper drifting in and out of fever dreams, Morning Star preparing what food they had, Noah and Running Wolf checking and rechecking weapons. As darkness fell, Sarah was forced to admit that Daniel wasn't coming back. Either Sullivan had caught him, or he had been forced to flee in another direction to keep their pursuers away from the cave. She was about to suggest they send one of the Cheyenne warriors to scout, when a faint noise caught her attention, the soft scuff of a boot on stone from outside their position. She raised her rifle, signaling Tall Bull to be alert. A shadow detached itself from the darkness outside, slipping through the narrow cave entrance with barely a sound. Sarah's finger tightened on the trigger before recognition set in. "Daniel," she breathed, lowering the rifle. He nodded, his face streaked with dirt and what looked like blood, his clothing torn in several places. He accepted the water skin Running Wolf offered, drinking deeply before speaking. "Sullivan took the bait," he reported. "Followed my trail north for 5 miles before realizing it circled back on itself. By then, it was too dark for them to track effectively. They've made camp at the base of the eastern ridge." "You're hurt," Sarah noted, seeing how he favored his right leg. "Rock slide." Daniel dismissed her concern. "Nothing broken." Noah joined them, his expression troubled. "My father's with them. I saw his horse among Sullivan's men earlier." Daniel's eyes narrowed. "Ezekiel rarely leaves Cheyenne these days. Must be important for him to ride out personally." "He knows about the documents," Noah said quietly. "Has to. The safe was empty when I left." "Then he knows you took them," Sarah realized. "He'll be hunting you as surely as he's hunting us." Noah's face was grim in the dim light of the small fire they'd risked. "I made my choice when I helped Judge Cooper. There's no going back now." Daniel studied the younger man for a long moment. "No," he agreed finally. "There isn't." A sudden commotion at the main entrance interrupted them. One of the Cheyenne warriors entered, speaking rapidly to Running Wolf. "Riders approaching from the west," Running Wolf translated. "Not Sullivan's men. Different." "More of Grayson's people?" Sarah asked. "No, soldiers, blue coats." Running Wolf's expression was concerned. "A full patrol, 12 men." Daniel exchanged a look with Sarah. The arrival of army troops complicated an already dangerous situation. They might provide protection for Judge Cooper and the evidence against Grayson, or they might side with the wealthy landowner against a group that included Cheyenne warriors. "We need to make contact," Daniel decided, "before they stumble onto Sullivan's camp. Cooper's authority as a federal judge should be enough to secure their cooperation." "Unless Sullivan has already reached them," Noah pointed out. "He has contacts in the army from his bounty hunting days." It was a valid concern. If Sullivan had somehow alerted the patrol to their presence, presenting themselves might be walking into a trap. "I'll go," Daniel said, checking his weapons. "Cooper's too weak to travel, and the rest of you need to stay with him in case this goes wrong." "Not alone," Sarah insisted. "I'm coming with you." Daniel started to object, then seemed to reconsider. "All right, 2 is better than 1 for what I have in mind. But we go carefully. No unnecessary risks." As they prepared to leave, Noah approached them. "Take this," he said, offering a folded document. "It's a federal writ signed by Cooper before we left Cheyenne. Authorizes the bearer to act as a deputy U.S. Marshal in pursuit of justice. Might help convince the Army to listen." Daniel took the document with obvious surprise. "You had this all along." Noah shrugged. "Insurance. Never know when official papers might come in handy." The night air was cool as Daniel and Sarah slipped out of the cave. A 3/4 moon provided enough light to navigate by, but also increased the risk of being spotted. They moved from shadow to shadow, using the terrain for concealment, as they made their way toward where the Army patrol had been sighted. "If anything happens," Daniel whispered as they paused behind a large boulder, "get back to the cave. The documents are what matter." "Nothing's going to happen," Sarah replied with more confidence than she felt. "We'll make contact, secure their help, and be back before dawn." Daniel's expression was unreadable in the moonlight. "Just remember, Sullivan has friends in the Army. We don't know which side these soldiers will take until we show our hand." They continued their cautious approach, eventually spotting the glow of a campfire in a small clearing ahead. Daniel signaled for Sarah to wait while he scouted closer. As she crouched in the darkness, rifle ready, Sarah reflected on how dramatically her life had changed in just a few days. From Boston socialite to frontier widow to armed fugitive moving through the Wyoming night, it was a transformation she could never have imagined. Daniel returned after several minutes. "Army patrol all right. Lieutenant and 11 men. They've set a proper camp with sentries. Can we approach safely?" "We'll have to risk it. Better to make contact now than wait until morning, when Sullivan might find them first." He checked that Cooper's writ was secure in his pocket. "Follow my lead. If anything seems wrong, run. Don't wait for me." They moved toward the Army camp, deliberately making enough noise to alert the sentries without appearing to sneak up on them. As expected, they were challenged before they reached the firelight. "Halt and identify yourselves." "Daniel Carter and Sarah Miller." Daniel called back, hands raised to show he wasn't reaching for a weapon. "We need to speak with your commanding officer. We represent Federal Judge James Cooper." There was a moment of silence, then, "Approach slowly. Keep your hands where I can see them." They walked forward into the circle of firelight. A young lieutenant with a carefully trimmed mustache stood waiting, flanked by 2 sergeants with rifles at the ready. The officer's expression was suspicious, but not overtly hostile. "I'm Lieutenant Thomas Hargrove, 7th Cavalry," he introduced himself. "What's this about Judge Cooper?" Daniel produced the writ, handing it over carefully. "Judge Cooper was ambushed on his way to Cheyenne. He's wounded, but alive, under our protection. We need your help to get him to safety." Hargrove examined the document, his eyebrows rising as he read. "This authorizes the bearer to act with the full power of a U.S. Marshal." He looked up, studying Daniel more carefully. "You're that Carter, the one they called the hanging judge of Kansas." "I never cared for the name," Daniel replied evenly. "But yes, I served as a federal marshal in Kansas Territory." The lieutenant handed the writ back. "We were dispatched from Fort Laramie to investigate reports of armed civilians threatening homesteaders. Several complaints have been filed against a man named Grayson." Sarah felt a surge of hope. These soldiers hadn't been sent by Sullivan after all. "Ezekiel Grayson is the man Judge Cooper came to investigate," she confirmed. "He's been forcing people off their land, falsifying deeds, even resorting to murder when intimidation fails. And now he's hired Sullivan, a bounty hunter known for bringing in corpses rather than prisoners, to eliminate anyone who stands against him." Daniel added, including a federal judge. Hargrove's expression hardened. These are serious allegations. We have documentation, Sarah said. Evidence compiled by Judge Cooper and supplemented by Ezekiel's own son, who turned against him when he saw what his father had become. The lieutenant considered this information. Where is Judge Cooper now? Daniel hesitated, clearly reluctant to reveal the cave's location until he was certain of the lieutenant's allegiance. In a secure location with medical attention. His condition is stable but serious. And this Sullivan, where is he? Camped with at least 6 men about 2 miles east of here, Daniel replied, hunting us, and by extension, hunting Cooper and the evidence against Grayson. Hargrove conferred briefly with his sergeants, then turned back to Daniel and Sarah. I'll send 4 men with you to extract the judge. The rest of us will intercept Sullivan at first light. Be careful, Daniel warned. Sullivan was Union cavalry before he deserted. He knows military tactics and won't hesitate to kill soldiers if cornered. The lieutenant's jaw tightened. Deserters who turn gun for hire against civilians are a special kind of vermin, Mr. Carter. My men are prepared. As Hargrove issued orders to his troops, Sarah felt Daniel tense beside her. Following his gaze, she saw movement at the edge of the firelight, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. Down! Daniel shouted, shoving her roughly to the ground as gunfire erupted from the darkness. The army camp exploded into chaos, soldiers diving for cover, returning fire at muzzle flashes in the night. Orders shouted and countermanded as the attack intensified. Sarah found herself pinned behind a fallen log, Daniel beside her, both firing at the unseen attackers. Across the clearing, Lieutenant Hargrove was rallying his men, establishing a defensive perimeter despite the surprise assault. Sullivan! Daniel grunted between shots. Must have been tracking us all along. A bullet splintered wood, inches from Sarah's head. She ducked lower, trying to spot targets in the darkness. How many? Too many, Daniel replied grimly. They've got us outflanked. Indeed, gunfire was now coming from multiple directions. The soldiers were responding with disciplined volleys, but they were clearly caught in a carefully planned ambush. We need to get back to the cave, Sarah urged. Warn the others. Daniel nodded, firing once more before turning to her. There's a gully behind us. Leads toward the hills. On my signal, run for it. Don't stop. Don't look back. Not without you, she insisted. I'll be right behind you. He checked his ammunition. Ready, go. Sarah sprinted for the gully bullets, kicking up dirt around her feet. She threw herself down the embankment, rolling to the bottom, where she immediately pressed against the earth wall for cover. Seconds later, Daniel slid down beside her, cursing as he jarred his injured leg. Keep moving, he ordered, pushing her forward. Sullivan will have men circling around. They half ran, half crawled along the gully, using its depth for concealment as they put distance between themselves and the firefight. Behind them, the sounds of battle continued, unabated. Sullivan's men, and the army patrol locked in deadly combat. Lieutenant Hargrove seemed honorable. Sarah gasped as they paused to catch their breath. Will his men stand a chance? Depends how many Sullivan brought, Daniel replied, checking their back trail. If it's just the 7 we saw earlier, the soldiers might drive them off. If he brought reinforcements... He didn't need to finish the thought. They both knew what Sullivan was capable of. We need to reach the cave before Sullivan's men cut us off, Daniel said, helping Sarah up a steep section of the gully. If they capture Cooper and those documents, everything we've fought for is lost. They continued their desperate journey through the darkness, always listening for pursuit, always watching for ambush. The terrain grew steeper as they approached the foothills where the cave was hidden. They were within half a mile of their destination when the sound Sarah had been dreading reached her ears, hoofbeats approaching rapidly from behind. "Riders!" she hissed, pulling Daniel into the shadow of a large boulder. They pressed themselves against the cold stone as three horsemen galloped past, heading directly toward the cave. In the moonlight, Sarah caught a glimpse of their leader, a tall figure in a black duster silver watch chain gleaming at his vest. "Sullivan," Daniel confirmed. "He's figured out where Cooper is hiding." "How?" Sarah asked, already knowing the answer that Daniel had suspected all along. "Noah Grayson," Daniel said, his voice hard with certainty. "He led Sullivan right to us. The documents, the writ saving Cooper, it was all part of the trap. And they broke into a run, abandoning caution for speed. But both knew they had little hope of reaching the cave before Sullivan's men. Their only advantage was knowing the exact location of the entrance, something Noah might not have revealed if he wanted to maintain his cover. As they approached the cliff face where the cave was hidden, gunfire echoed across the rocks, a fusillade of shots, followed by the distinctive war cry of Cheyenne warriors. "Tall Bull and the others are putting up a fight," Daniel said, drawing his Colt. "Come on!" They scrambled up the rocky slope, using natural cover as they worked their way toward the sound of battle. As they neared the cave entrance, they could see Sullivan's men pinned down behind boulders, exchanging fire with unseen defenders inside the narrow fissure. "We can flank them," Daniel whispered, indicating a path that would bring them around behind Sullivan's position. "They're focused on the cave entrance." They moved carefully, using the skills Sarah had developed over the past few days to approach undetected. When they were within 30 yards of the nearest gunman, Daniel signaled for her to take aim. Sarah steadied her rifle against a rock, sighted on the man's back, and squeezed the trigger just as Daniel had taught her. The rifle bucked against her shoulder, and the man crumpled without a sound. Instantly, the remaining attackers swiveled toward this new threat, giving the defenders in the cave an opportunity. 2 more of Sullivan's men fell to precise shots from the cave entrance. Sullivan himself, recognizing the trap closing around him, broke from cover and charged directly at Daniel and Sarah's position, firing as he came. Daniel met his rush with controlled shots from his Colt, but Sullivan seemed possessed of supernatural luck or skill, bullets missing him by inches as he closed the distance. Then he was upon them, barreling into Daniel with the force of a charging bull, sending both men tumbling down the rocky slope in a deadly embrace. Sarah tried to get a clear shot, but they were moving too fast, too entangled. The remaining gunman turned his attention to her, forcing her to duck behind a boulder as bullets chipped stone around her. She returned fire, keeping him pinned down, while trying to track Daniel and Sullivan's desperate struggle below. The 2 men had reached a small plateau, now fighting hand-to-hand with the ferocity of old enemies. Sullivan was taller, heavier, but Daniel fought with the cold precision of a man who had survived a lifetime of violence. Blows were exchanged. A knife flashed in the moonlight. Blood darkened the rocks beneath them. Sarah managed to wing the gunman, shooting at her, sending him scrambling for better cover. With a moment's respite, she turned her full attention to the duel below, seeking a clear shot at Sullivan. The opportunity came when Sullivan gained the upper hand, pinning Daniel against a boulder knife raised for a killing strike. Sarah's rifle cracked, and Sullivan staggered, a red stain spreading across his shoulder. It wasn't a killing shot, but it was enough to break his hold. Daniel didn't waste the opening. He drove upward with his own knife, finding a gap in Sullivan's defense. The bounty hunter reeled backward, clutching his side, then toppled over the edge of the plateau, disappearing into the darkness below. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the remaining gunmen fled, scrambling down the hillside toward where their horses waited. Sarah rushed to Daniel, who was leaning heavily against the boulder, blood flowing from several wounds. "How bad?" she asked, already examining his injuries. "I'll live," he grunted, though his pallor suggested otherwise. Sullivan went over the edge. I don't know if he survived the fall. Daniel's eyes were hard. He survived. Men like Sullivan are hard to kill. He tried to stand, but wavered, clearly weaker than he wanted to admit. We need to get back to the cave. Check on Cooper. Sarah helped him up the slope, both of them exhausted and battered from the night's events. At the cave entrance, they found Tall Bull standing guard rifle ready, dried blood caking one side of his face from a graze wound. "The judge?" Daniel asked as they entered the cave. "Safe," Tall Bull confirmed. "Woman healer with him. Running Wolf watching back exit." "And Noah Grayson." Tall Bull's expression darkened. "Gone. Slipped away during first attack. Traitor." Daniel nodded, as if having his suspicions confirmed was almost a relief. "Sullivan will be back with more men. We need to move Cooper now while we have the chance." Inside the main chamber, they found Morningstar tending to Cooper, whose condition had deteriorated during their absence. The judge was conscious but feverish, his skin waxy in the dim light of the small fire. "Sullivan found us," Daniel reported, allowing Morningstar to examine his wounds as he spoke. "Army patrol was ambushed too. We can't stay here." "The judge cannot travel far," Morningstar warned, applying a poultice to a deep cut on Daniel's forearm. "The fever weakens him." "We don't have a choice," Sarah said. "If Sullivan brings reinforcements, we'll be trapped." Cooper stirred his eyes, focusing on Daniel. "The documents," he rasped. "Secure them." "We have them," Sarah assured him, kneeling beside his pallet. "They're safe." "Not safe," the judge contradicted weakly. "Not while Grayson lives. His reach extends beyond Wyoming. Federal marshals, territorial judges, army officers, many owe him favors or take his money." This was worse than they had feared. If Grayson's corruption reached that far, even reaching Laramie might not ensure justice. "What do we do?" Sarah asked, looking between Cooper and Daniel. The judge fumbled weakly at his coat, extracting a sealed envelope. "Presidential authorization," he explained. "Direct from Grant. Empowers me to establish a special tribunal anywhere in the territory. No appeals, no delays." He pressed the envelope into Sarah's hands. "Find an honest Army officer. Lieutenant Hargrove seemed like one. Show him this. He can provide the military backing to enforce the tribunal's rulings." "If Hargrove survived the ambush," Daniel pointed out grimly. "Then find another," Cooper insisted. "There are still good men in uniform despite Grayson's influence." Morningstar finished bandaging Daniel's wounds and moved to gather her medicines. "We must leave now. The spirits warn of danger approaching." As if to confirm her words, Running Wolf appeared from one of the back passages. "Riders coming up the valley. Many. Some in uniform." Daniel exchanged a grim look with Sarah. "Either the Army patrol survived and is coming to help us, or Sullivan has enlisted corrupt soldiers to help hunt us down," she finished. "Either way, we can't risk staying to find out." Daniel checked his weapons, wincing at the movement. "Running Wolf, you and the warriors take Cooper through the northern exit. Head for the high country where Sullivan can't follow easily." "And us?" Sarah asked, already suspecting the answer. "We're going to create a diversion." Daniel's eyes met hers, asking a question he wouldn't voice aloud. "Are you with me?" Sarah checked her rifle, ensuring it was fully loaded. "Just like at the ranch," she said, answering his unspoken question. "I'm getting quite good at diversions." A ghost of a smile touched Daniel's lips. "That you are, Mrs. Miller. That you are." As Running Wolf and the Cheyenne warriors prepared to move Cooper through the back passages of the cave, Daniel and Sarah took position near the main entrance. From their vantage point, They could see torches approaching at least 20 riders, some in army blue, others in civilian clothes. At the front rode a figure Sarah recognized, despite the distance Ezekiel Grayson himself, come to ensure that his enemies were eliminated, once and for all. "Ready?" Daniel asked, checking the action on his Winchester one final time. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling strangely calm, despite the overwhelming odds against them. "Ready." Together, they stepped out to face whatever fate awaited them on the moonlit rocks of Wyoming territory. The Wyoming moon cast long shadows as Daniel and Sarah stepped from the cave entrance, rifles ready. Below, the torches of Ezekiel Grayson's approaching force flickered like fireflies against the darkness of the valley floor. 20 riders at least, moving with the confidence of men who believed victory was already theirs. "We need to draw them away from the cave," Daniel said, voice low. "Give Cooper and the others time to escape through the back passages." Sarah nodded, the weight of the Winchester steady in her hands. "How do we get their attention without getting ourselves killed?" "We don't have to survive," Daniel replied matter-of-factly. "Just hold out long enough for Cooper to reach safety." The grim practicality of his words sent a chill through Sarah. This wasn't Boston with its social niceties and polite fictions. This was the frontier where survival often hinged on brutal calculations of time and blood. "I didn't come this far to die on a Wyoming hillside," she said firmly. "There must be another way." Daniel studied her face in the moonlight, something softening in his weathered features. "There's a ridgeline to the west. If we can reach it, we might be able to circle around behind them, then make for the territorial road." "Then that's our plan." Sarah checked that Cooper's presidential authorization was secure inside her shirt. "Lead on, Ed." They began picking their way across the rocky slope, staying low and using the terrain for concealment. Below, Ezekiel's force had reached the base of the hill and was beginning to ascend, torches illuminating the path ahead of them. They had covered perhaps 50 yards when a shout went up from below. "There, on the western slope!" A rifle cracked the bullet, whining off stone inches from Sarah's head. She ducked instinctively, then returned fire, aiming at the torchbearer who had spotted them. Her shot found its mark. The torch tumbled to the ground, plunging that section of the hillside into darkness. "Run!" Daniel urged, providing covering fire as Sarah sprinted for the next patch of cover. They leapfrogged from boulder to boulder, firing and moving in coordination born of their earlier battles together. Behind them, Ezekiel's men spread out, attempting to flank their position while maintaining pressure from below. "Carter!" a voice bellowed from the darkness. Ezekiel Grayson himself, his southern accent more pronounced in anger. "There's nowhere to run. Surrender the woman and the documents, and I'll let you die quick." Daniel's only response was a carefully aimed shot that dropped a man attempting to climb around their left flank. "Charming offer," Sarah muttered, reloading her rifle with fingers that remained surprisingly steady, despite their dire situation. "Ezekiel always did have a way with words," Daniel replied, the ghost of a smile touching his lips despite the gravity of their position. They continued their fighting retreat, each exchange of gunfire buying precious seconds for Cooper and the Cheyenne warriors to put distance between themselves and the cave. The ridgeline was tantalizingly close now, its dark bulk promising at least temporary shelter from their pursuers. A bullet tore through Daniel's already injured leg, sending him stumbling against a boulder. Sarah was at his side, instantly helping him regain his balance, while firing one-handed at the shadowy figures below. "Leave me," Daniel gasped, face pale with pain. "I'll hold them here. You get to the ridge." "Not happening," Sarah replied, slinging his arm over her shoulder. "We go together or not at all." With Daniel leaning heavily against her, they struggled toward the ridge, every step a battle against terrain and time. Bullets kicked up dirt around their feet, chipped away at the rocks that provided their only cover. Return fire was becoming more difficult as they focused on movement rather than fighting. They were within 20 yards of the ridge when disaster struck. A mounted figure appeared ahead of them, silhouetted against the night sky, a rider who had circled around to cut off their escape. The moonlight gleamed on a silver watch chain as he raised his pistol. "Sullivan," Daniel breathed, attempting to bring his rifle to bear despite his wounded leg. Before either could fire a war cry, split the night, the distinctive battle call of the Cheyenne. From the darkness beyond, Sullivan-mounted warriors appeared, bows and rifles at the ready. At their head rode two hawks, his face painted for war, an army cavalry saber held high. Sullivan whirled to face this new threat, but too late. Two Hawks' war party slammed into him like a thunderbolt, horses and men colliding in a chaos of hooves and weapons. The bounty hunter disappeared beneath the charge, his fate lost in the dust and darkness. "The ridge now," Daniel urged, finding new strength as this unexpected reprieve. They reached the top of the ridge as two Hawks and his warriors engaged Ezekiel's force below, the night erupting into a cacophony of gunfire, war cries, and the screams of wounded men and horses. From their elevated position, Sarah could see the battle unfolding like a macabre theater production, torches whirling in the darkness, muzzle flashes illuminating brief tableaus of combat. "I thought Two Hawks was escorting Cooper to safety," she said as Daniel collapsed behind the shelter of a fallen pine. "Changed his mind, apparently." Daniel examined his wounded leg, tearing a strip from his shirt to bind it. "Or this was his plan all along. Either way, it's bought us time." Sarah scanned the darkness beyond the ridge. "Which way now?" Daniel pointed northwest, where the ridge line continued before sloping down toward distant plains. "Follow the high ground for 2 miles, then drop into the valley. There's an old trapper's cabin near the fork of Powder River. We can shelter there. Figure out our next move." The sound of hooves approaching from behind made them both turn weapons ready. A lone rider appeared, silhouetted against the sky, one of Two Hawks' warriors, based on the distinctive feathered lance he carried. "White Eagle." Daniel identified him, lowering his rifle. "Two Hawks' nephew." The young warrior reined his horse to a stop, speaking rapidly in Cheyenne. Daniel listened, nodding occasionally, his expression growing increasingly grave. "What is it?" Sarah asked when the exchange finished. "Cooper's dead," Daniel said flatly. "Ambushed as they left the cave. Noah Grayson led Sullivan's men right to them." Sarah felt as if she'd been struck. "The documents. Running Wolf has them. He's heading for Fort Laramie with Morning Star and the surviving warriors. And Two Hawks came back for us," Sarah realized, looking down at the battle still raging below. Even knowing his son was among those guarding Cooper. Daniel's face was grim in the moonlight. "His son is dead too. That's why he came back, not just for us, but for vengeance." White Eagle spoke again, gesturing urgently toward the northwest. "He says we need to move now," Daniel translated. "Two Hawks can't hold Grayson's men forever. White Eagle will guide us to the trapper's cabin." The warrior dismounted, helping Daniel onto his horse despite the older man's initial protests. With White Eagle leading the horse and Sarah walking alongside, they set off along the ridge, the sounds of battle gradually fading behind them. They traveled in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The death of Judge Cooper was a devastating blow, not just personally but to their hopes of bringing Ezekiel Grayson to justice through legal means. The presidential authorization Sarah carried was meaningless without Cooper to implement it. The trapper's cabin appeared just before dawn. A small, sturdy structure of logs and stone nestled in a grove of cottonwoods, where two branches of the Powder River converged. It had clearly been abandoned for some time, but the roof was intact and the walls solid. A defensible position, if it came to that. White Eagle helped Daniel inside, then spoke briefly to him before departing, melting into the pre-dawn shadows like a ghost. "He's going back to help Two Hawks," Daniel explained as Sarah helped him to a rough-hewn bench. "Said he'd return by nightfall with news." Sarah nodded, too exhausted to question the decision. She explored the cabin's single room, finding it sparsely furnished, but serviceable: a stone fireplace, a plank table with two benches, a narrow bed frame covered with moldering furs. Dust covered everything, but there was no sign of recent occupation. "We should be safe here for a day or two," Daniel said, stretching his injured leg out with a grimace. "No one's used this place since old Jim Bridger passed through these parts 5 years back." "And you knew him?" Sarah asked, attempting to distract them both from their dire situation as she kindled a small fire in the fireplace. "Met him once in Kansas. Man had more lives than a cat, survived everything the mountains could throw at him." Daniel managed a tired smile. "Told the best tall tales you ever heard. Swore he once tracked a herd of elk for 3 days through country so cold his shadow froze to the ground behind him." Sarah returned the smile, grateful for the moment of levity. "My father would have loved to meet him. He collected books about Western exploration, read them to me when I was a girl." The memory brought an unexpected pang of homesickness. "He's the reason I agreed to come west with William. I wanted to see the places I'd read about." "And now you have," Daniel observed, "though I expect this isn't quite what you imagined." "No," she agreed, looking down at her buckskin dress, now torn and blood-stained. "In my father's books, the West was all majestic vistas and noble savages and brave explorers. No one mentioned land fraud and bounty hunters. The West people write about back east isn't the West that exists," Daniel said, his voice weary. "Never has been." The fire caught, spreading welcome warmth through the cabin. Sarah found a dented coffee pot hanging from a nail and a canister of coffee that, while stale, would still brew. Soon, the familiar aroma filled the small space, bringing a semblance of normality to their extraordinary circumstances. As dawn's light filtered through the cabin's single window, Sarah tended to Daniel's wounds properly. The bullet had passed clean through his thigh, missing bone, and major blood vessels by what seemed like divine intervention. His other injuries from the fight with Sullivan were painful, but not life-threatening. "You're either the luckiest man alive or the unluckiest," she commented as she bandaged his leg with strips torn from a relatively clean blanket she'd found. "Bit of both, I expect," he replied, watching her work with something like admiration. "Where'd you learn field medicine?" "My father served as a surgeon during the Mexican War. He taught me the basics." She tied off the bandage. "Though I'm more used to treating paper cuts and cooking burns than gunshot wounds." "You adapt quickly," Daniel observed. "Most people would have broken under half of what you've been through." Sarah finished her ministrations and sat back, suddenly aware of how exhausted she was. "I'm not sure I haven't broken. Just haven't had time to notice yet." Daniel's eyes, blue and penetrating despite his fatigue, studied her face. "No, you haven't broken. Bent, maybe. Changed, certainly. But not broken." They lapsed into silence, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the soft rushing of the river outside. Sarah found herself nodding off, despite her best efforts to remain alert, the past days of constant tension and inadequate rest finally catching up to her. "Sleep," Daniel said gently. "I'll keep watch." "You need rest more than I do," she protested. "I've gone longer without sleep." He checked his Colt, laying it within easy reach. 4 hours. Then we'll switch." Too exhausted to argue, Sarah moved to the narrow bed, brushing the worst of the dust from the furs before lying down. She was asleep almost before her head touched the makeshift pillow. Her dreams were chaotic. Boston drawing rooms that transformed into Wyoming plains, William's face morphing into Ezekiel Grayson's Judge Cooper, trying to speak through a bullet wound in his throat. She woke with a start to find afternoon light streaming through the cabin window. Daniel sat where she had left him, his rifle across his knees, gaze fixed on the door. He looked even more haggard than before, his face gray with exhaustion and pain. "You were supposed to wake me after 4 hours," she chided, rising quickly. "You needed the sleep," he replied simply, "and you need it now." Her tone brooked no argument. "I'll watch while you rest." After a token resistance, Daniel surrendered to his body's demands, stretching out on the bed she had vacated. Within minutes, his breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Sarah took up position near the window, Winchester ready, watching the approaches to the cabin. The afternoon was peaceful. Birds sang in the cottonwoods. The river burbled over stones. A gentle breeze stirred the grasses. It was hard to reconcile such tranquility with the violence and death of the previous night. Her thoughts turned to Judge Cooper and the documents that Running Wolf now carried. Without Cooper to implement the presidential authorization, would the evidence still be enough to bring Ezekiel Grayson to justice? And even if it was, how would they get it into the hands of someone who wasn't already in Grayson's pocket? These questions occupied her mind. As the afternoon waned, the sun beginning its descent toward the western horizon. Daniel slept on his body, demanding the rest it needed to heal. Sarah was reluctant to wake him, but as shadows lengthened, concern about White Eagle's promised return began to gnaw at her. The Cheyenne warrior had said he would be back by nightfall with news. The sun was nearly touching the horizon now, and there was no sign of him or any other friendly face. A sound from outside snapped her to full alertness, the snap of a twig too sharp to be caused by wind or wildlife. She moved silently to Daniel's side, touching his shoulder lightly. He woke instantly, hand already reaching for his pistol. She pressed a finger to her lips, then pointed toward the door. He nodded, understanding without words. Someone was outside. They took positions on either side of the cabin's single window, weapons ready. The sun had dipped below the horizon, now the world outside painted in deepening shades of purple and blue. Perfect conditions for an ambush. Footsteps approached the cabin, multiple sets moving, with the caution of men expecting trouble. Sarah counted at least 3 distinct patterns. Too many to be just White Eagle returning as promised. A voice called out the words, indistinct, but the tone unmistakably hostile. Not Cheyenne, but white men. Sullivan's hunters, or perhaps Ezekiel's men. Either way, enemies. Daniel motioned for Sarah to stay low, then risked a quick glance out the window. His expression when he turned back told her all she needed to know. Bad odds. 5 men, he whispered. Armed. Sullivan's leading them. Sarah's blood ran cold. I thought 2 Hawks warriors trampled him in the charge. Apparently not. Daniel checked his ammunition. Man's harder to kill than a rattlesnake. The voice called again, closer now. Carter, we know you're in there. Send out the woman and the documents and you can die quick. Sullivan's offers haven't improved, Sarah murmured, drawing a tight smile from Daniel, despite the dire situation. Always was lacking in imagination, he agreed. Then raising his voice, the woman stays with me, Sullivan, and we don't have your precious documents. Lying won't help you, Carter, Sullivan shouted back. We tracked the Cheyenne, got the papers back, but Grayson wants to be sure, and he wants the woman who humiliated him in front of the whole town. Daniel and Sarah exchanged a look of dismay. If Sullivan had recaptured the documents, their last hope of legally stopping Ezekiel Grayson was gone. "He's lying," Sarah whispered. "He has to be. White Eagle would have warned us if Running Wolf had been captured." "Unless White Eagle's dead too," Daniel replied grimly. "Two Hawks' charge bought us time, but they were outnumbered at least 3-1. Outside, Sullivan was losing patience. "Last chance, Carter, send her out now." Daniel's eyes met Sarah's, a silent communication passing between them. They were trapped, outnumbered, with limited ammunition and no hope of reinforcement. But surrender wasn't an option, not to a man like Sullivan, not to Ezekiel Grayson's brand of justice. "What's the play?" Sarah asked, her voice steady, despite the fear coiling in her stomach. Daniel considered for a moment. "Cabin's got a root cellar. Trapdoor under that bear skin by the fireplace. Leads to a tunnel that comes out by the river. Old Jim Bridger never built a shelter without an escape route." "You go," Sarah said immediately. "With your leg, you'll need the head start. I'll hold them off." "Not a chance." Daniel's voice was iron. "We go together or not at all. Your words, if I recall." Before Sarah could respond, a new sound cut through the tension. A high warbling cry that echoed across the valley. The Cheyenne war call. Sullivan's men reacted instantly, their attention diverted from the cabin as they scanned the surrounding trees for this new threat. It was the opening Daniel and Sarah needed. "Now," Daniel said, already moving toward the trapdoor. "While they're distracted." Sarah helped him lift the heavy bearskin, revealing a wooden hatch set into the packed earth floor. The door opened with a groan of neglected hinges, exposing a narrow ladder descending into darkness. "Go," Daniel urged. "I'll be right behind you." Sarah hesitated only a moment before descending the ladder rifle slung across her back. The cellar below smelled of damp earth and forgotten root vegetables. A low tunnel shored up with timber at intervals led away from the cabin in the direction of the river. Daniel followed, grimacing as his wounded leg protested the climb down. He pulled the trapdoor closed behind him, plunging them into total darkness. "There's a lantern just to your right," he whispered, "and matches beside it." Sarah found them by touch, striking a match that illuminated the cramped space with wavering light. The lantern, ancient and dust-covered, took the flame reluctantly, but soon provided steady, if dim, illumination. Above them, the sounds of battle erupted, gunfire, shouts, the distinctive crack of Cheyenne war bows. Their unknown allies had engaged Sullivan's men, providing crucial distraction. "This way," Daniel said, taking the lantern and leading her into the tunnel. "Stay low, ceiling gets tricky in places." They moved as quickly as Daniel's injuries would allow, crouching through the narrow passage that smelled of earth and time. Occasionally, roots broke through the ceiling, forcing them to duck even lower. The sounds of conflict above grew fainter as they progressed. "Who do you think is up there?" Sarah asked, her voice hushed, despite their distance from the cabin. "Two Hawks, maybe. Or White Eagle brought reinforcements." Daniel paused to rest his injured leg. "Whoever it is, we owe them our lives." They continued forward, the tunnel gradually sloping upward. The air grew fresher, and Sarah could hear the sound of running water growing louder ahead. "Almost there," Daniel encouraged. "Exits behind a fall of rocks, hidden from casual view. Should put us about 100 yards downstream from the cabin." The tunnel ended at a jumble of boulders that appeared natural but had clearly been arranged to conceal the opening. Daniel extinguished the lantern, then carefully moved several smaller rocks aside, creating a gap just large enough to squeeze through. The evening air felt bracingly fresh after the musty confines of the tunnel. They emerged onto a narrow strip of shore, the Powder River flowing swift and dark just feet away. The western sky still held the last purple remnants of sunset, but stars were already appearing overhead. Gunfire continued from the direction of the cabin, but less intense, now sporadic shots rather than the fusillade of a full engagement. "Fight's winding down," Daniel observed, scanning their surroundings for immediate threats. "We need to move before the winners come looking for us." "Which way?" Sarah asked, helping him away from the tunnel entrance. "Downstream. There's a ford about a mile down where we can cross, then make for the hills." He grimaced as he put weight on his injured leg. "From there, I'm open to suggestions." They followed the riverbank, staying close to the water, where the ground was softest to muffle their footsteps. The nearly full moon was rising, providing enough light to navigate by, but also increasing the risk of being spotted. They moved from shadow to shadow, using the cottonwoods and willows for cover whenever possible. They had covered perhaps half the distance to the ford when Daniel suddenly pulled Sarah down behind a fallen log. A moment later, she heard what his more experienced ears had detected: first voices approaching along the riverbank from ahead. "Must have gone this way," a man was saying, his voice carrying clearly over the sound of the water. "Tracks lead right to the river." "Spread out," another voice ordered Sullivan's distinctive southern drawl. "They can't have gotten far. Carter's wounded, and the woman's just dead weight." Sarah bristled at the description, but kept silent, pressing closer to the earth as footsteps approached their hiding place. Daniel's hand found hers in the darkness, squeezing once in reassurance. The footsteps passed within yards of their position, the men's dark silhouettes visible through gaps in the log. 4 men moving with the cautious efficiency of experienced hunters. Sullivan walked with a pronounced limp, evidence that his encounter with Two Hawk's charge hadn't left him unscathed. They held their breath until the search party had moved far enough away to risk movement again. Daniel pointed toward the river itself, his intention clear. Their only option was to enter the water, using it to hide their trail. The Powder River was running high, with spring melt its waters cold enough to steal the breath from Sarah's lungs as they waded in. Daniel struggled against the current, his wounded leg clearly causing him significant pain, but he made no sound of complaint. They stayed close to the bank, where the water was shallowest, moving downstream with painstaking care to avoid splashing or dislodging rocks. The ford Daniel had mentioned seemed impossibly distant, each step through the numbing water requiring conscious effort. Behind them, shouts indicated that Sullivan's men had doubled back, perhaps finding sign of their passage to the river. The hunt was intensifying. "Can't make the ford." Daniel gasped, his face pale with pain and cold. "They'll have it watched now." "Then we cross here," Sarah decided, taking more of his weight as his strength flagged. "Before they bring dogs or torches." The river at this point was perhaps 30 yards across its center channel, running deep and swift. A dangerous crossing for a healthy person, let alone a wounded man and a woman in sodden buckskin. "You go," Daniel said, echoing his earlier selflessness. "I'll draw them off, buy you time." "We've had this conversation," Sarah replied firmly, "together or not at all." Before he could argue further, she began guiding him toward the opposite bank, angling slightly downstream to work with the current rather than against it. The water deepened quickly, soon reaching their waists, then their chests. Daniel's arm was heavy across her shoulders, his breathing labored with cold and exhaustion. The current caught them in midstream, threatening to sweep them away. Sarah fought against the river's pull, her feet searching for purchase on the slippery riverbed. Beside her, Daniel was struggling to keep his head above water, his wounded leg nearly useless in the fight against the current. A shout from the bank they'd left announced that Sullivan's men had spotted them. A rifle cracked the bullet, sending up a splash yards away. "Shoot a woman, would you?" Sarah muttered through chattering teeth, redoubling her efforts to reach the far shore. The water was beginning to shallow the worst of the current behind them when disaster struck. Daniel's foot caught on a submerged branch, pitching him forward. His weight dragged Sarah down, both of them plunging beneath the surface. The river closed over her head, cold and dark and disorienting. She fought her way back up, gasping for air, but Daniel didn't surface beside her. Panic gave her strength as she dove back under hands, searching blindly in the murky water. Her fingers caught fabric Daniel's shirt. She pulled with all her remaining strength, fighting the current that threatened to tear him from her grasp. His head broke the surface, but he wasn't breathing, wasn't moving. Somehow she dragged him the remaining distance to shore, heaving his limp form onto the muddy bank as rifles cracked from the far side of the river. Bullets kicked up dirt around them, but Sarah barely noticed, her attention focused entirely on Daniel's still face. "Don't you dare!" she gasped, turning him onto his side. Water poured from his mouth and nose. "Don't you dare die on me now," and she pounded his back, desperation lending force to her blows. After what seemed an eternity, Daniel convulsed, coughing up river water in great heaving spasms. His eyes opened, confused, but alive. "We need to move," she urged, helping him to his feet, despite his disorientation. "They'll be crossing after us." Supporting Daniel's weight once more, she half-dragged him away from the river toward a line of trees that promised at least temporary concealment. Behind them, she could hear Sullivan ordering his men into the water. The hunt would continue. They reached the trees just as the moon emerged from behind a cloud, its silver light turning the landscape into a stark study in black and white. Sarah helped Daniel to the ground behind the largest tree, both of them shivering violently from their immersion in the frigid river. "Can't go much further," Daniel admitted, his voice a rasp. "Legs done for. You need to go on without me." "But if you suggest that one more time, I swear I'll shoot you myself," Sarah replied through chattering teeth. "We're staying together." A twig snapped nearby, too close. Sullivan's men had crossed the river more quickly than expected. They were out of time, out of options. Daniel's hand found hers in the darkness. "Together, then," he agreed, his voice steady, despite their desperate situation. "But I won't be taken alive by Sullivan, not after what he did to Cooper." Sarah understood his meaning all too well. A quick death by their own hands rather than whatever tortures Sullivan and Ezekiel Grayson might devise. A grim choice, but perhaps their only remaining one. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Sarah raised her rifle, determined to take as many of their pursuers with them as possible before the end. A figure appeared at the edge of the trees, a silhouette against the moonlight. Sarah's finger tightened on the trigger. "Mrs. Miller," a voice called softly. "Daniel Carter?" Sarah froze, the voice achingly familiar yet impossible. "Noah Grayson!" The figure moved closer, resolving into the unmistakable form of Ezekiel's younger son. "Thank God," he breathed. "I've been searching for hours." Daniel's Colt was in his hand, instantly aimed at Noah's chest. "Give me one reason not to shoot you where you stand," he growled. "You betrayed Cooper to Sullivan, led them right to him." Noah raised his hand slowly. "It wasn't me. I swear it. I was trying to lead Sullivan away from the cave. Someone else must have revealed the location." "A convenient story," Daniel replied, hammer cocked on the Colt. "Why should we believe you?" "Because I can get you to safety," Noah said urgently. "I have horses hidden a quarter-mile from here. Sullivan's men are searching the wrong section of river. I threw them off your trail, but we don't have much time." Sarah studied him in the moonlight, trying to read truth or deception in his features. His appearance was too convenient, his explanation too neat. Yet, if he had wanted them dead, he could have simply called out to Sullivan's men rather than revealing himself. "Why would you help us?" she asked, her own rifle still trained on him. "Your father—" "My father is not the man I thought he was," Noah interrupted, voice tight with emotion. "I watched him order Sullivan to execute Cooper, a wounded, defenseless man. A federal judge." He shook his head. "There's a line I won't cross, even for family." Daniel's pistol remained steady. "The documents Sullivan said they'd recovered them." "He lied. Running Wolf and Morning Star got away with them. They're headed for Fort Laramie as we speak, with two of Two Hawk's best warriors as escort." This aligned with what they'd hoped, but feared to be untrue. Still, suspicion came more naturally than trust in their current circumstances. "Two Hawks?" Sarah asked. "His warriors were fighting at the cabin when we escaped." "White Eagle and what's left of the war party," Noah confirmed. "They're buying time for us to escape." "Two Hawks himself." He hesitated. "He fell during the battle at the cave. Died saving Cooper's documents from Sullivan's men." The news struck Sarah like a physical blow. The proud war chief had given his life to protect evidence that might bring justice to his people. Another death to lay at Ezekiel Grayson's feet. "We're wasting time," Noah urged. "Sullivan has at least a dozen men searching these woods. We need to move now if we're going to reach the horses." Daniel and Sarah exchanged a look, a silent communication born of their shared trials. The risk of trusting Noah was great, but the certainty of capture if they remained was greater. "If you're lying," Daniel said, lowering his pistol a fraction, "I'll make sure my last bullet is for you." Noah nodded, accepting the terms. "This way. Stay low and quiet." They followed him through the trees, Daniel leaning heavily on Sarah as his injured leg threatened to buckle with each step. Noah led them on a winding path that avoided open ground, keeping to shadows, and using the terrain to mask their movements from potential observers. True to his word, two horses waited in a small clearing tethered to a fallen log and equipped with basic supplies. Noah helped Daniel mount with surprising gentleness, then assisted Sarah onto the second horse. "Sullivan will have men watching the main trails," Noah said, checking the cinches on both saddles. "We'll need to stick to game paths, work our way north toward the Montana border." "Why north?" Sarah asked. "Fort Laramie is southeast." "Because that's where Sullivan will expect us to go, trying to rendezvous with Running Wolf and the documents." Noah's expression was grim in the moonlight. "Our best chance is to disappear until the evidence reaches the right hands." Daniel, who had been silent during these exchanges, finally spoke. "You're coming with us." Noah hesitated. "I can't go back. Not after this. My father would kill me himself for betraying him." "If you're telling the truth," Daniel noted. "If I'm not, you'll kill me instead," Noah replied evenly. "I understand the arrangement." A distant shout indicated that Sullivan's search was intensifying. They had lingered too long already. "North, then," Daniel decided. "But I'll be watching you, Grayson, every minute." Noah nodded, then set off on foot, leading them away from the clearing and into the deeper shadows of the pine forest beyond. Behind them, the sounds of pursuit grew fainter as Sullivan's men continued their methodical but misguided search along the river. They traveled through the night, following game trails so faint that Sarah would have missed them entirely without Noah's guidance. The young Grayson moved with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the terrain, choosing paths that accommodated the horses while avoiding areas too exposed to moonlight. Daniel rode in silence, his face drawn with pain, but his eyes alert, watching Noah's every move for signs of treachery. Sarah found herself torn between suspicion and desperate hope that they had finally found an ally in this dangerous game. Dawn found them in a small sheltered valley where a spring bubbled from beneath a rocky outcropping. Noah called a halt insisting they rest the horses and themselves. "Sullivan will have given up the search along the river by now," he said, helping Daniel dismount. "He'll widen the perimeter, bring in trackers. We need to be careful about leaving sign." "You seem to know a lot about his methods," Daniel observed, easing himself down onto a flat rock by the spring. "I've hunted with him," Noah admitted, "before I understood what kind of man he really was." Hera dismounted stiffly, her body protesting the night's hard ride after their ordeal in the river. "We need to dry our clothes," she said practically, "and tend to Daniel's leg. The river water won't have done it any good." Noah nodded. "I'll gather wood for a small fire. It should be safe enough here, the rocks will hide the smoke, and we're well away from any regular trails." As he moved off to collect deadfall, Sarah knelt beside Daniel, examining his wounded leg. The makeshift bandage was soaked through the wound itself, angry and inflamed. "That doesn't look good," she said quietly. "Been better, been worse." Daniel's voice was tight with pain despite his attempt at nonchalance. "Won't be dancing a jig anytime soon, but I'll live." "You need a doctor." "What I need is to get those documents safely to someone who can use them. After that," he shrugged. "After that doesn't much matter." Sarah frowned at him. "It matters to me." Something flickered in Daniel's ice-blue eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or an emotion she couldn't quite identify. Before he could respond, Noah returned with an armload of wood and kindling. The young Grayson proved efficient at wilderness tasks, quickly building a small, nearly smokeless fire in the shelter of the rocks. He produced jerky and hardtack from his saddlebags, along with a flask of what proved to be surprisingly good whiskey. "For medicinal purposes," he said, offering it to Daniel, "and to ward off the chill." Daniel accepted it cautiously, taking a measured sip before passing it to Sarah. The liquor burned a welcome path of warmth through her still cold body. As they ate, and their clothes began to dry by the fire, Noah filled them in on what had happened after their escape from the cave. "Sullivan's men hit the Cheyenne escort hard," he said grimly. "Cooper was already weak from the fever. He took a bullet meant for the documents, died instantly." Noah's eyes held genuine regret. Running Wolf and Morning Star managed to break away with the evidence, but Two Hawks and most of his warriors stayed behind to cover their retreat. It was a slaughter. "Yet you escaped." Daniel noted his tone neutral, but his implication clear. Noah met his gaze directly. "I was with Running Wolf, initially helping to carry Cooper. When the attack came, Two Hawks ordered me to circle around, try to draw off some of Sullivan's men. By the time I fought my way back, the battle was over. Two Hawks was dead, and Sullivan was organizing search parties to find you two and the documents. And you decided to help us rather than join your father," Sarah said, still trying to understand this apparent change of allegiance. Noah was silent for a long moment, staring into the small fire. "My brother Elijah is just like my father, cruel, power-hungry, willing to destroy anyone who stands in his way. I told myself I was different, that I stayed with them out of family loyalty, not because I agreed with their methods." He looked up, his expression haunted. "But standing in town that day, watching what they did to you, Mrs. Miller, I did nothing, said nothing, and that silence made me complicit." "It's a hard thing," Daniel said unexpectedly, "to stand against your own blood." Noah nodded. "When I found Cooper wounded on the trail, it was a chance to make a different choice. To be the man I'd always told myself I was." His voice hardened. "Then I saw my father order Sullivan to execute him in cold blood, and I knew there was no going back. No reconciliation possible." The sincerity in his voice was difficult to dismiss. Sarah found herself wanting to believe him, despite the wariness that frontier life had quickly taught her. Get some rest, Noah said, rising to his feet. I'll take first watch. We should move again by midday, once the horses are recovered. As he moved to a position overlooking the valley below, Sarah turned to Daniel. What do you think? Is he telling the truth? Daniel watched Noah's retreating back, his expression thoughtful. Maybe. Or maybe it's the most elaborate trap Ezekiel's ever set. He adjusted his position, grimacing as pain shot through his injured leg. Either way, we don't have much choice but to play along for now. North is as good a direction as any, until we know more. Sarah nodded, settling herself more comfortably beside the fire. I'll watch him while you sleep. That leg needs rest if it's going to heal. Wake me in 4 hours, Daniel instructed, his eyelids already growing heavy as exhaustion claimed him. And Sarah, keep that rifle close. She nodded, checking that the Winchester was within easy reach. Trust was a luxury they couldn't yet afford, no matter how convincing Noah's story might be. As Daniel drifted into uneasy sleep, Sarah watched Noah's silhouette against the brightening sky. The son of their greatest enemy, now potentially their only ally in a hostile wilderness. The irony wasn't lost on her. The morning passed quietly, the small valley remaining undisturbed by pursuers. Sarah eventually dozed, despite her intention to keep watch, the cumulative exhaustion of their ordeal overcoming even her determination. She woke with a start to find the sun high overhead and Noah tending the fire while Daniel slept on. You should have woken me, she said, embarrassed at her lapse. Noah shrugged. You both needed the rest. I'm used to long hours in the saddle. He offered her a tin cup of coffee, real coffee, not the chicory substitute she'd grown accustomed to on the frontier. From my personal supply, he explained, seeing her surprise. Old habits die hard. She accepted the cup gratefully, the rich aroma bringing a wave of nostalgia for Boston drawing rooms and civilized comforts. Thank you. They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the soft breathing of the horses and the occasional pop of the small fire. What will you do? Sarah asked finally. After this is over, I mean, assuming we survive. Noah considered the question. I haven't thought that far ahead. Can't go back to Wyoming, that's certain. Maybe California. I hear San Francisco is a place where a man can reinvent himself. And leave behind the Grayson name. The name, yes. The blood. He shook his head. That I'll carry forever, along with the knowledge of what my family has done, what I allowed them to do for too long. There was a genuine regret in his voice that Sarah couldn't dismiss as mere performance. Whatever Noah Grayson's true motives, he was a man wrestling with his conscience. Daniel stirred, waking with the instantaneous alertness of a man accustomed to danger. His hand went to his pistol before he fully registered his surroundings. Easy, Sarah said. All's quiet. He nodded, wincing slightly as he sat up. How's the leg? Better, he claimed, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. We should move soon. Sullivan won't give up the hunt easily. Noah returned from checking the horses. I've been scouting while you rested. There's a game trail leading north through the pines. Should take us to the old Bozeman Trail by nightfall. The Bozeman's too well traveled, Daniel objected. Army patrols, freight wagons, prospectors headed for the Black Hills. Exactly, Noah countered. We can lose ourselves among other travelers. Sullivan will be looking for 3 people traveling alone through the wilderness, not joining a wagon train or riding with a freight outfit. It was sound reasoning, Sarah had to admit. The wounded Daniel Carter would draw far less attention as part of a larger group than trying to navigate the backcountry in his current condition. It's worth considering, she said to Daniel. Your leg needs proper medical attention, not just my field dressings. Daniel clearly wanted to argue, but seemed to recognize the practicality of the suggestion. All right, but we approach the trail, carefully watch before we commit. They broke camp efficiently, erasing all signs of their presence before mounting up. Noah led them through the pine forest, following a faint trail that deer and elk had worn over generations. The terrain grew increasingly rugged as they moved northward, the distant peaks of the Bighorn Mountains looming against the horizon. By late afternoon, they had reached a vantage point overlooking a broad valley. Below, the Bozeman Trail was visible as a pale line cutting through the landscape, winding its way north toward Montana territory. "We'll wait until dusk," Noah decided. Less chance of being recognized in the fading light. They concealed themselves among the rocks, watching the trail below. Occasional traffic passed, a military patrol heading south, a freight wagon laboring northward, a small group of riders whose purpose wasn't immediately evident. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Daniel suddenly stiffened, his attention fixed on the trail below. Riders coming from the south, moving fast. Sarah followed his gaze, counting 6 horsemen approaching at a gallop. Even at this distance, the lead rider was distinctive, a tall figure in a black duster riding a dark horse. "Sullivan," she breathed. Noah's face paled. "How did he find us? We've been careful about leaving sign." "Someone's feeding him information," Daniel said, his voice hard. "Someone who knows where we're headed." His gaze turned to Noah, cold suspicion evident in his ice-blue eyes. "You think Noah began, but Daniel cut him off. "I think Sullivan showing up on the exact trail we're approaching is one coincidence too many." His hand moved to his holster. "Start talking, Grayson. The truth, this time." Noah raised his hands slowly, acutely aware of the tension of the moment. "I swear I've told you nothing but the truth. I don't know how Sullivan found us." Sarah, who had been scanning the approaching riders with increasing concern, suddenly gasped. "It's not just Sullivan. Look who's riding beside him." Daniel shifted his attention back to the trail, his expression hardening as he recognized the second rider, a woman in buckskin, her dark hair streaming behind her as she rode. "Morning Star," he said, disbelief coloring his voice. "But that would mean Running Wolf has betrayed us," Sarah finished grimly. "The documents never made it to Fort Laramie. They're in Sullivan's hands now." The revelation hit them like a physical blow. Their last hope of bringing Ezekiel Grayson to justice through legal means had vanished. Without Cooper's presidential authorization and the evidence of Grayson's crimes, they had nothing. "We need to move," Noah urged. "They haven't spotted us yet, but they will if we stay here." Daniel's pistol remained focused on Noah's chest. "How convenient that you led us right to them." "I didn't know," Noah protested. "I swear on my mother's grave I had no idea Running Wolf would betray us." Sarah, watching the riders below, noticed something that gave her pause. "Daniel, look at how they're riding. Morning Star's hands are bound to her saddle horn. She's not with Sullivan willingly." Daniel studied the approaching group more carefully. "You're right. She's a prisoner." His expression grew even grimmer. "Which means Running Wolf likely is too, or dead." "We have to help her," Sarah said immediately. "Against 6 armed men, with my leg like this." Daniel shook his head. "That's suicide." "We can't just abandon her," Sarah insisted. "Not after what the Cheyenne did for us." The conflict played out on Daniel's face, duty, warring with practicality, honor with survival. Finally, he turned to Noah, his decision made. "You know Sullivan's tactics better than either of us. If we're going to attempt a rescue, we need a plan, a good one." Noah's expression shifted from defensive to determined. "I might have an idea, but it's risky, and you're not going to like it." "Try me," Daniel replied. As the sun sank lower and Sullivan's party approached the spot directly below their vantage point, Noah outlined his plan. It was indeed risky, perhaps even foolhardy, but it offered their only chance of rescuing Morning Star and potentially recovering the documents. It could work, Daniel admitted grudgingly, or it could get us all killed. Those seem to be our only options these days, Sarah observed with grim humor. As twilight deepened over the Wyoming wilderness, the three unlikely allies prepared to implement their desperate gambit. Whether it would end in rescue or disaster remained to be seen. But one thing was certain: their conflict with Sullivan and Ezekiel Grayson was approaching its final bloody resolution. Dusk settled over the Wyoming Valley, painting the landscape in deepening shades of purple and blue. From their vantage point among the rocks, Sarah, Daniel, and Noah watched Sullivan's party make camp beside the Bozeman Trail. 6 men plus Morning Star, her hands bound, her proud bearing unbroken despite her captivity. "Sullivan won't expect an attack," Noah said, checking the action on his Winchester. "He thinks we're running north, not doubling back." "That's our only advantage," Daniel replied grimly. His wounded leg had been rebandaged, but the strain of their escape had taken its toll. His face was drawn with pain and fever. 6 against 3 aren't odds I'd normally take, especially with one of us compromised. Sarah studied the camp through the gathering darkness. Sullivan's men had built a small fire visible as a flickering orange point in the valley below. They had positioned Morning Star apart from the others, still bound, but under the watch of a single guard. "Tell me again," she said to Noah, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her stomach. "Every detail." Noah nodded, understanding her need for absolute clarity before committing to their desperate plan. "I'll create a diversion from the south, make them think a larger force is attacking. When they respond, Daniel positions himself on that ridge to the east, with a clear line of fire to cover your approach. You slip in from the west, free Morning Star, and retreat back the way you came. We rendezvous at the lightning-struck pine we passed 2 miles back." "And if something goes wrong?" Sarah asked. "Everyone escapes however they can," Daniel answered before Noah could. "No heroics, no waiting. The documents are what matter now." Sarah wanted to protest that their lives mattered more than any papers, but she knew Daniel was right. Without the evidence of Ezekiel Grayson's crimes, there would be no justice, not for Cooper, not for Two Hawks and his warriors, not for all the others who had suffered under Grayson's brutal expansion. "What about Running Wolf?" she asked. "If Morning Star is their prisoner, best case he escaped with the documents," Daniel said. "Worst case he's dead and Sullivan has the evidence. Or there's a third option," Noah added reluctantly. "Running Wolf could have betrayed us willingly, switched sides for Grayson's gold." Daniel's expression hardened. "If that's true, he's a dead man walking, no matter where he runs." The cold certainty in his voice reminded Sarah of what she sometimes forgot. Beneath Daniel's controlled exterior lived a man who had spent 15 years pursuing vengeance. A man who had been a renowned manhunter before he ever crossed paths with Ezekiel Grayson. The hanging judge of Kansas wasn't just a newspaper invention. "It's almost full dark," Noah observed, gathering his gear. "Time to move." They checked their weapons one final time. Noah would carry most of their limited ammunition, as his diversion would require sustained fire to be convincing. Daniel had his Colt and the Winchester with enough cartridges for a fighting retreat if necessary. Sarah carried Daniel's backup revolver, a short-barreled Remington that fit her hand surprisingly well, and a hunting knife Morning Star had given her at the Cheyenne camp. "Remember," Daniel said as they prepared to separate, "if it goes bad, don't try to be a hero. Live to fight another day." His eyes lingered on Sarah as he spoke, concern evident beneath his stoic expression. She nodded, understanding the message meant especially for her. Don't risk yourself trying to save him if things went wrong. Noah extended his hand to Daniel. Good luck. After a moment's hesitation, Daniel accepted the handshake. Watch yourself, Grayson. I'll see you both at the rendezvous, Noah said, then slipped away into the darkness, heading south to circle around behind Sullivan's camp. Daniel turned to Sarah. Give him 15 minutes to get into position, then we move. Those 15 minutes stretched into eternity as they waited in tense silence. Sarah found herself cataloging every sound of the Wyoming night, the soft hoot of an owl, the distant yip of coyotes, the whisper of wind through pine needles. Anything to distract from the fear threatening to overwhelm her. Daniel checked his pocket watch in the faint moonlight. Time, he said simply. They moved with careful precision down the slope, staying low and using the terrain for concealment. Despite his injured leg, Daniel maintained a steady pace, his jaw set against the pain. They separated at the base of the eastern ridge, Daniel beginning his climb to the overwatch position, while Sarah continued her approach toward the western edge of Sullivan's camp. The campfire had burned low, most of Sullivan's men wrapped in blankets, seeking sleep before their presumed pursuit would resume at dawn. Only 2 remained awake, the guard watching Morning Star, and another man keeping watch at the perimeter. Sullivan himself was nowhere to be seen, likely in one of the 2 small tents pitched nearby. Sarah crouched behind a fallen log, waiting for Noah's diversion. The Remington felt heavy in her hand, its weight a reminder of how far she had come from the Boston socialite, who had never fired a gun before meeting Daniel Carter. Now she was preparing to shoot men, if necessary, to save a Cheyenne woman she had known for only days. The crack of rifle fire shattered the night's stillness, 3 shots in rapid succession from the south, followed by a rebel yell that echoed across the valley. Noah playing his part to perfection. Sullivan's camp erupted into chaos. Men bolted upright from their bedrolls, reaching for weapons. The perimeter guard fired blindly into the darkness toward the sound. From one of the tents emerged Sullivan himself, buckling on his gun belt as he barked orders. Jackson Reeves, circle around South Peterson with me. We'll flank from the east. 4 men rushed to obey, leaving only the guard with Morning Star and 1 other man to secure the camp. The odds had shifted from 6-1 to 2-1 in a matter of seconds. Sarah waited, counting silently. Noah had said he would keep up the illusion of a larger attacking force for as long as possible, firing from multiple positions to create confusion. Sure enough, more shots rang out this time from slightly further east, Noah repositioning while maintaining the charade. The remaining men in camp were nervous eyes, straining into the darkness, jumping at shadows. Sarah saw her opportunity when the guard watching Morning Star turned toward a particularly loud fusillade from Noah's Winchester. She moved silently across the open ground, keeping the campfire between herself and the guards to avoid being silhouetted. Morning Star saw her coming and gave no sign, her expression unchanging, even as Sarah reached her side. "Hold still," Sarah whispered, sawing at the ropes binding the Cheyenne woman to a pine tree. "We're getting you out of here." "The papers?" Morning Star replied, her voice barely audible. "Sullivan has them. In his tent." Sarah hesitated, the ropes only half cut. The documents were their primary objective, the reason for all the bloodshed and sacrifice. But retrieving them meant entering the heart of the camp, with Sullivan likely to return at any moment. "Where's Running Wolf?" she asked, continuing to work on the bindings. "Dead," Morning Star answered, her voice flat with grief. "He fought to the end, killed 2 of Sullivan's men before they shot him." The news hit Sarah hard. Another ally lost, another life sacrificed in their desperate quest for justice. She finished cutting the ropes, helping Morning Star to her feet. "Can you run?" The older woman nodded, rubbing circulation back into her wrists. I can fight too. Give me a weapon. Sarah handed her the hunting knife, keeping the Remington for herself. The documents are our priority. If we can get them, we will. If not, we retreat. Morningstar's dark eyes flashed with determination. My husband died protecting those papers. I will not leave without them. Before Sarah could respond, a shout went up from across the camp. One of the guards had spotted them. He raised his rifle, but before he could fire a shot, cracked from the eastern ridge, Daniel providing covering fire as planned. The guard crumpled, clutching his shoulder. Now, Sarah urged, pulling Morningstar toward Sullivan's tent. They reached it just as the second guard opened fire, bullets tearing through the canvas inches above their heads. Sarah returned fire with the Remington, forcing him to dive for cover. Inside the tent, they found Sullivan's trail gear, neatly arranged saddlebags, ammunition, a silver flask. Morningstar went directly to a leather portfolio lying beside a bedroll. Here, she said, snatching it up. These are the papers. Another shot from Daniel's position, followed by a cry of pain. He had hit the second guard, buying them precious seconds to escape. They burst from the tent's rear, staying low as they sprinted for the cover of the trees to the west. Behind them, shouting indicated that Sullivan and his men had realized they'd been duped. The diversion to the south had suddenly gone quiet. Noah either repositioning again or worse, captured or killed. Sarah and Morningstar reached the tree line as the first bullets from the returning search party kicked up dirt at their heels. They plunged into the darkness of the pine forest, running blind, guided only by the faint moonlight filtering through the branches above. This way, Morningstar said, taking the lead. Despite her ordeal, the Cheyenne woman moved with certainty through the forest, following signs invisible to Sarah's untrained eye. They ran until Sarah's lungs burned the sounds of pursuit, growing fainter behind them. Finally, Morningstar called a halt beside a small stream, allowing them a moment to catch their breath. Daniel will head for the rendezvous point, Sarah gasped, fighting for air. The lightning-struck pine. Morningstar shook her head. Sullivan will expect that. He knows how white men think. She pointed north. There is a place sacred to my people, a stone circle on a high ridge. 2 hawks spoke of it with Carter. That is where we should go. Sarah hesitated, torn between following the original plan and trusting Morningstar's instincts. How far? 3 miles. Difficult climbing. The sound of a distant gunshot made the decision for her. The fight was still ongoing, which meant Daniel and potentially Noah were engaging Sullivan's men. The rendezvous point might indeed be compromised. Lead on, she said. They moved more carefully now, Morningstar setting a sustainable pace through the difficult terrain. The Cheyenne woman seemed to navigate by instinct, even in the darkness, choosing paths that left minimal sign for trackers to follow. As they ascended toward the ridge, Morningstar had mentioned, Sarah found herself reflecting on how thoroughly her life had changed in just a few days. The woman who had stood humiliated in Cheyenne's town square was gone, replaced by someone who could run through wilderness at night, who could fire a revolver without hesitation, who could trust her life to a Cheyenne warrior woman she'd known less than a week. There, Morningstar said, pointing ahead to where a cluster of standing stones was silhouetted against the night sky. The sacred circle. We will wait there. The stone circle stood at the highest point of the ridge, offering a commanding view of the surrounding territory. From this vantage, Sarah could see for miles in every direction the ribbon of the Bozeman Trail, the dark smudge of Sullivan's camp, even the distant flicker of what might be Cheyenne. Will Daniel know to come here? She asked, as they settled among the ancient stones. If he remembers 2 hawks' words, Morningstar replied. She opened the leather portfolio, examining its contents by moonlight. The papers are all here. Everything needed to destroy Grayson. Sarah felt a surge of hope. Their mission hadn't been in vain after all. Cooper's death, two Hawks' sacrifice. Running Wolf's last stand, all had served to protect this evidence, this key to justice. Now we just need to get them to Fort Laramie, she said. To someone who can't be bought by Grayson's gold. Morning Star's expression was skeptical. The Blue Coats have never been friends to my people. Why would they deliver justice for us now? Not all soldiers are the same, Sarah replied, thinking of Lieutenant Hargrove. There are good men even in uniform. We just need to find one. They fell silent, watching the landscape below for any sign of pursuit or of Daniel and Noah. The night deepened around them, stars wheeling overhead in the vast Wyoming sky. Hours passed with no sign of either allies or enemies. Sarah fought against exhaustion, determined to maintain her vigil until dawn if necessary. Morning Star seemed tireless beside her, the older woman's endurance putting Sarah's to shame. A sound from the trail leading up to the circle brought them both to alertness, the faint scuff of boots on stone. Sarah raised the Remington while Morning Star brandished her knife. "Easy," a familiar voice called softly. "It's us." Daniel emerged from the darkness, leaning heavily on Noah Grayson's shoulder. Both men were disheveled and bloodied, bearing the marks of hard fighting, but alive. Sarah rushed to help Daniel to a seated position among the stone's relief washing over her. "We were beginning to think that Sullivan got us." Daniel managed a pained smile. "Nearly did, if not for Noah here." The younger Grayson looked uncomfortable with the praise. "We barely got away. Sullivan's got trackers with him. They'll be on our trail by dawn." "Did you find the documents?" Daniel asked, his gaze moving to Morning Star. In answer, she handed him the portfolio. "All here. Running Wolf died protecting them." Daniel's expression sobered as he quickly examined the contents. "These will do it. Bank transfers, falsified deeds, records of payments to Sullivan for services rendered." He looked up at Noah. "Your father documented everything." "He always was meticulous about his crimes," Noah replied bitterly. "I found additional papers at his estate records going back to Kansas. The Baxter Springs massacre, other atrocities." Daniel stared at the younger man, something shifting in his ice-blue eyes. "You knew about Baxter Springs, about what happened there?" Noah met his gaze unflinchingly. "Not until recently. I found my father's private journal when I was searching for evidence of the land fraud. There was an entry about a Union marshal whose family was killed during a raid he funded." His voice softened. "Your family, I assume." Daniel's hand tightened on the portfolio until his knuckles showed white. 15 years, he said, his voice barely audible. 15 years I've hunted the man responsible, and now I have the proof in my hands." "But what good is proof without a judge to hear it?" Sarah asked. "Cooper is dead. Who else can we trust with this?" "Lieutenant Hargrove," Noah suggested. "If he survived Sullivan's ambush, he seemed like an honest officer." "Or we could head for Fort Laramie directly," Sarah said. "Surely a fort commander would have to take these seriously." Daniel shook his head. "Ezekiel has friends in high places. We need someone with both authority and integrity." He thought for a moment. "There's a circuit judge in Deadwood, Thaddeus Williams, served with Grant during the war. Incorruptible and tough as old leather. If we can reach him with these documents, Deadwood's at least 4 days' hard ride," Noah pointed out. "And that's with fresh horses, which we don't have." "We don't need to reach Deadwood," Daniel said. "Just get word to Williams. He has the authority to convene a court anywhere in the territory." Morning Star, who had been silently observing their discussion, spoke up. My people can get a message to this judge. We have runners faster than any horse. Daniel nodded. That might work, but we still need to stay alive long enough for Williams to respond. Sullivan won't give up the hunt, especially now that we have the documents. What about that army patrol? Sarah suggested. If any of them survive the ambush, they might still be searching for Judge Cooper. Possible, Daniel acknowledged. But finding them in this wilderness would be like looking for a specific buffalo in a herd of thousands. Noah had been studying the surrounding landscape, his expression thoughtful. There's another option, he said slowly. My father's hunting lodge is less than a day's ride from here. It would be the last place Sullivan would expect us to go. For good reason, Daniel said dryly. Walking into Ezekiel Grayson's territory is suicide. Not necessarily, Noah countered. The lodge is only used during hunting season. This time of year it's empty, except for a caretaker, old Jacob, who practically raised me. He has no love for my father's methods. It's still a tremendous risk, Sarah pointed out. Any direction we choose carries risk, Noah replied. But the lodge has advantages, supplies horses a secure location from which to send Morning Star's runners to Deadwood. Daniel considered the proposal, clearly weighing the dangers against their increasingly limited options. What do you think? He asked Sarah, surprising her by seeking her opinion. She thought carefully before answering. If we keep running, Sullivan will eventually run us down. We're exhausted, low on ammunition, and you're wounded. We need a place to regroup. She looked at Noah. If you're certain about this caretaker's loyalty, Jacob raised me after my mother died, Noah said firmly. He's more father to me than Ezekiel ever was. Daniel turned to Morning Star. And you've lost the most in this fight. The Cheyenne woman's face was impassive. The people have a saying, sometimes you must enter the bear's den to kill the bear. I will go where the documents can be protected. Decision made, they rested for another hour before setting out. Daniel's leg had reopened during his escape from Sullivan's men, and Sarah rebandaged it as best she could with their limited supplies. His face was flushed with what was clearly the beginning of fever, but he made no complaint as they prepared to move. They descended from the sacred circle as the first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon. Morning Star again took the lead. Her knowledge of the terrain allowing them to travel quickly while leaving minimal sign for potential trackers. Noah explained the route as they traveled northeast for several hours, crossing the Bozeman Trail at a point where the rocky ground would hide their tracks, then east toward the foothills of the Bighorn Mountains, where Ezekiel's hunting lodge stood in a sheltered valley. It's built like a fortress, he told them. My father was always paranoid about Indian attacks. Stone walls, defensible positions, even a small spring inside the compound. We can hold out there for days if necessary. Or be trapped like rats in a barrel, Daniel observed grimly. There's a hidden exit, Noah assured him. A tunnel similar to the one at Bridger's cabin. It comes out in a stand of aspens 100 yards from the main building. They maintained a grueling pace throughout the morning, pushing themselves to put as much distance as possible between their small party and Sullivan's trackers. By midday, they had reached the Bozeman Trail, crossing it carefully, after confirming no other travelers were in sight. As they continued eastward, the terrain grew increasingly rugged. The distant bighorns loomed larger with each mile, their snow-capped peaks gleaming in the afternoon sun. Game trails narrowed, forcing them to travel single file through dense pine forest and across rocky slopes. Daniel's condition deteriorated as the day wore on. The fever that had begun as a flush on his cheeks now consumed him, his skin alternating between burning hot and clammy cold. He swayed in the saddle, staying upright through sheer determination rather than strength. We need to stop, Sarah insisted, when he nearly fell during a particularly steep descent. "He can't go on like this." "We're less than 2 hours from the lodge," Noah replied, though his concerned glance at Daniel suggested he shared her worry. Better to push through than risk being caught in the open. Morningstar, who had been scouting ahead, returned with news that increased their urgency. "Riders following our trail," she reported. 6, maybe 7. Moving fast. "Sullivan," Daniel rasped, rousing himself from his fever-induced stupor. "Persistent bastard." "We need to split up," Noah decided. "I'll lead them away, create a false trail. The rest of you continue to the lodge." "No," Daniel objected. "We stay together." "There's no time to argue," Noah insisted. "Sullivan knows my father's hunting patterns, but he's never been to the lodge itself. I can lead him on a wild chase through the bighorns while you get to safety." Sarah wanted to protest, but the logic was undeniable. Daniel needed shelter and medical attention immediately. Every minute they delayed increased the risk that he wouldn't survive to see justice done. "How will you find us afterward?" she asked. "Jacob will be watching for travelers," Noah assured her. "The lodge is in a small valley at the base of 3 distinctive peaks. Locals call them the Three Sisters. You can't miss it." He handed her a small brass key. "This opens the main gate. Tell Jacob that Noah sent you and that I'll return when I can." Before they could debate further, he wheeled his horse around and galloped back the way they had come, making no attempt to hide his trail. It was a selfless act, drawing their pursuers away at great personal risk. "He's changed," Sarah observed as they watched him disappear into the forest. "Or he's leading Sullivan right to us," Daniel countered, though his tone lacked conviction. "Let's move. Make his sacrifice worth something either way." They continued eastward, Daniel listing more severely in the saddle with each passing mile. Twice Sarah had to prevent him from falling her own strength, nearly spent from the days of constant movement and inadequate rest. The Three Sisters appeared on the horizon late in the afternoon, 3 distinctive peaks clustered together like gossips sharing secrets. In the fading light, Sarah could make out a structure nestled at their base, Ezekiel Grayson's hunting lodge. Even from a distance, Noah's description of a fortress seemed apt. Stone walls surrounded a main building constructed of massive pine logs with a watchtower at one corner, providing a commanding view of the valley approaches. It was a place built by a man who expected enemies, who lived in perpetual readiness for attack. They approached cautiously, Morningstar scouting ahead to ensure no ambush awaited them. The valley was silent, except for the soft sighing of wind through pine branches and the distant call of an eagle. The main gate was secured by a heavy iron lock that yielded to Noah's key. Inside the compound was immaculate a central courtyard with a stone-lined spring, the main lodge dominating the northern wall, smaller outbuildings for servants, and storage along the eastern and western sides. "Hello?" Sarah called, helping Daniel dismount. "Jacob, we're friends of Noah Grayson." For a long moment, there was no response. Then the lodge door opened, revealing an elderly man with a flowing white beard and a greener shotgun cradled in his arms. His shrewd eyes took in their bedraggled appearance, lingering on Morningstar with particular surprise. "Noah sent you," he asked, his voice carrying a faint German accent. "Yes," Sarah confirmed. "He's leading pursuers away from us. Said to tell you he'll return when he can." The old man Jacob presumably lowered his shotgun slightly. "The young master has never brought a Cheyenne to the lodge before, nor a wounded man." His gaze shifted to Daniel, who was barely conscious now, supported entirely by Sarah's strength. "Nor such a beautiful lady," he added with unexpected gallantry. "Please," Sarah said, too exhausted for pleasantries. "My friend needs medical attention. He has a bullet wound that's infected and fever." Jacob's demeanor changed instantly, the caution replaced by practical concern. "Bring him inside. I have some medical knowledge. Served as a field surgeon during the war." With Morningstar's help, Sarah managed to get Daniel into the lodge. The interior was exactly what one would expect of Ezekiel Grayson's hunting retreat, opulent yet masculine, with mounted animal heads adorning the walls, expensive furniture arranged around a massive stone fireplace, and a gun rack displaying weapons worth more than most men earned in a year. Jacob directed them to a bedroom off the main hall, where they laid Daniel on a feather bed that seemed obscenely luxurious after days of sleeping on the ground. The old caretaker examined the wound with professional detachment, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Infection has set in," he announced. "He needs surgery to clean the wound properly, and medicines I don't have here." "Can you help him at all?" Sarah asked, desperation creeping into her voice. Jacob nodded slowly. "I can clean the wound, give him willow bark tea for the fever, but without proper medicines—" He left the sentence unfinished, its conclusion obvious. "Do what you can," Sarah said. "Please." While Jacob gathered his medical supplies, Sarah turned to Morningstar. "We need to get word to Judge Williams in Deadwood. Can your runners still reach him from here?" The Cheyenne woman nodded. "There is a camp of my people 3 hours' ride from here. I can reach them before nightfall. Send the message." "Take the documents," Sarah decided, retrieving the portfolio from Daniel's saddlebag. "They're safer with your people than here in Grayson territory." Morningstar accepted the precious papers. "I will guard them with my life, and I will return with help as soon as possible." As she prepared to depart, Jacob returned with bandages, a basin of hot water, and various instruments that looked alarmingly surgical. "Your Cheyenne friend should leave by the tunnel," he advised. "The main gate is visible from the ridge line. If anyone is watching—" Morningstar nodded her understanding. "Show me this tunnel." Jacob led her to what appeared to be a root cellar in one of the outbuildings, revealing a hidden door behind stacked provisions. "It comes out in an aspen grove east of here," he explained. "The entrance is concealed by a fallen log." With Morningstar safely away, Jacob and Sarah turned their attention to Daniel. His condition had worsened in just the short time since their arrival, his breathing shallow and his skin burning with fever. "I must cut away the infected tissue," Jacob said, laying out wickedly sharp instruments on a clean cloth. "It will be painful. He should be unconscious, but if he wakes—" The old man nodded toward a leather strap. "You may need to hold him down." Sarah steeled herself for what was to come. She had assisted her father during minor surgeries in Boston, but nothing like this. A crude operation performed in a hunting lodge with inadequate supplies and no anesthesia. Jacob worked with surprising skill, his gnarled hands steady as he opened the wound and meticulously removed diseased tissue. Daniel remained mercifully unconscious throughout most of the procedure, stirring only when Jacob probed particularly deep, his body tensing with pain even in his fever-induced stupor. "He is strong," Jacob observed as he finished stitching the cleaned wound. "But the fever must break soon, or—" Again he left the dire consequence unstated. They settled into a vigil beside Daniel's bed, Sarah bathing his face with cool water, while Jacob prepared a tea of willow bark and other herbs whose names she didn't recognize. Outside, the day faded into twilight, then full darkness. "You should rest," Jacob told her after several hours had passed. "I will watch him." Sarah shook her head. "I can't leave him." The old man studied her with knowing eyes. "You care for him very much." "He saved my life," she replied simply, "multiple times." "It is more than gratitude I see in your eyes," Jacob observed, though without judgment. "But no matter. I will bring you food and coffee. You will be no good to him if you collapse from exhaustion. Left alone with Daniel, Sarah found herself reflecting on the old caretaker's perceptive comment. Did she care for Daniel as more than a comrade in their desperate struggle? The question seemed irrelevant in their current circumstances, yet it lingered in her mind as she continued to bathe his fevered brow. "Sarah," Daniel murmured, his eyes opening slightly, though unfocused. "Sarah." "I'm here," she assured him, taking his hand. "Rest. You're safe now. The documents. Morning Star has them. She's taking them to her people, then sending runners to Deadwood. Judge Williams will come." This seemed to satisfy him. His eyes drifted closed again, but his hand maintained its grip on hers. "Stay," he whispered. "I'm not going anywhere," she promised. The night deepened around them, the lodge silent, except for the occasional pop of embers in the great fireplace and Daniel's labored breathing. Jacob brought food, venison stew, and fresh bread, which Sarah ate mechanically more from necessity than appetite. "Tell me about Noah," she said when the old caretaker returned to check on Daniel's condition. "What kind of man is he really?" Jacob considered the question as he examined Daniel's wound. "The young master has always been caught between worlds," he said finally. "His father expected him to be hard like Elijah, but he has his mother's heart. She was a gentle soul, too gentle for Ezekiel Grayson. What happened to her? She died when Noah was 10. Consumption, the doctors said, but I always believed it was a broken heart that killed her." Jacob's weathered face softened with memory. "After she was gone, I tried to protect the boy from the worst of his father's influence, but there is only so much a servant can do." "Yet he turned against his father in the end," Sarah noted. "There comes a point when a man must choose what kind of legacy he will leave." Jacob adjusted Daniel's blankets with surprising tenderness. "Noah has made his choice. A brave one, considering who his father is." The conversation was interrupted by a sound from outside, the distant but unmistakable report of a rifle followed by several more in quick succession. Jacob moved to the window, peering cautiously through a gap in the heavy curtains. "Riders approaching," he reported, his voice tense. "Many of them." Sarah joined him at the window. In the moonlight she could make out a group of horsemen entering the valley, at least a dozen moving with military precision toward the lodge. "Sullivan," she breathed. "He found us." "Impossible," Jacob said. "Noah would have led them away." Unless Noah had betrayed them after all. The thought rose unbidden in Sarah's mind, though she immediately felt guilty for the suspicion. The young Grayson had proven his loyalty repeatedly, yet old doubts died hard. "What do we do?" she asked, mind racing through their limited options. Daniel was in no condition to be moved, let alone to engage in another running battle. Jacob was already moving, retrieving a Winchester from the gun rack and checking its action. "The lodge was built to withstand attack," he said grimly. "Stone walls, defensible positions. We can hold them off." 2 against a dozen. Sarah's voice betrayed her skepticism. "Those aren't odds I'd take, to borrow Daniel's phrase." 3, came a weak voice from the bed. Daniel had roused himself, his face pale but his eyes clear for the first time in hours. "Give me a gun." "You can barely sit up," Sarah protested. "Don't need to sit up to shoot." He struggled to a more upright position, grimacing with the effort. "Jacob's right. The lodge is defensible. We just need to hold out until Morning Star returns with help." The approaching riders had reached the outer gate. In the moonlight, Sarah could now make out details: Sullivan's distinctive black duster on the lead rider, the glint of rifles and pistols, the military formation that suggested these weren't just bounty hunters, but trained fighters. "They're stopping at the gate," Jacob observed. "They don't have a key." For a moment, Sarah allowed herself to hope that the heavy iron gate might deter their pursuers, but Sullivan was not so easily thwarted. At his command, two men dismounted, carrying what appeared to be a small keg between them. "Blasting powder," Daniel said, recognizing the threat immediately. "They're going to blow the gate." Jacob moved with surprising speed, for his age gathering additional weapons and ammunition from a cabinet. "The lodge has a cellar with stone walls a foot thick," he said. "If they breach the compound, we retreat there." Sarah helped Daniel to his feet, his weight heavy against her as fever and blood loss took their toll. He swayed, but remained upright through sheer determination, accepting the Colt revolver Jacob offered him. "Get him to the main hall," the caretaker instructed. "Better fields of fire from there. I'll watch from the tower." Outside, a shout of warning rose from Sullivan's men as they cleared the area around the gate. Moments later, an explosion shattered the night, a concussive blast that rattled the lodge windows and sent dust sifting from the ceiling beams. "They're in," Daniel said unnecessarily, as the sound of splintered wood and twisted metal reached them. "It won't take long for them to search the outbuildings. Then they'll come for the main lodge." Sarah helped him to a position behind an overturned table in the great hall, providing cover while maintaining a clear line of fire to the main entrance. Daniel checked his Colt methodically, his movements slowed by weakness but still precise. "When they come through that door," he said, his voice steadier than his body, "aim for center mass. Don't try for fancy shots." "I remember," she replied, the Winchester solid in her hands. "You taught me well." A smile touched his pale lips. "Too well, maybe. You were supposed to be safely back in Boston by now, planning your next tea party." "I prefer the company here," she said, surprising herself with the admission. Tea parties were always tedious affairs. "If we survive this," Daniel said, his blue eyes holding hers, "remind me to tell you about a valley I know, high in the Tetons, most beautiful place God ever made." Before Sarah could respond, a shot rang out from the watchtower, Jacob engaging the intruders. Return fire immediately peppered the tower, the cacophony of gunshots echoing across the compound. Through the lodge windows, Sarah could see Sullivan's men spreading out, using the outbuildings for cover as they advanced toward the main structure. Their approach was methodical, professional, not the chaotic rush of undisciplined thugs, but the coordinated movement of experienced fighters. "Something's wrong," Daniel said, watching the pattern of their advance. "These aren't just Sullivan's usual men. They're moving like cavalry." The realization chilled Sarah. Soldiers. But why would the army, not current army, Daniel clarified, ex-Confederate cavalry like Sullivan, men who never accepted that the war ended? The shooting from the watchtower had stopped. Either Jacob had retreated, or more likely he had been hit. Either way, they were now effectively alone in defending the lodge. The first attackers reached the main building, positioning themselves on either side of the heavy oak door. Sarah expected them to attempt to force entry immediately, but instead they seemed to be waiting for something or someone. That someone soon appeared, walking casually across the courtyard, as if unconcerned about potential defenders. Even in the uncertain moonlight, there was no mistaking the distinctive figure of Ezekiel Grayson, himself, silver beard, gleaming empty sleeve pinned neatly to his immaculate black coat. He stopped before the lodge door, raising his voice to be heard inside. "Carter, I know you're in there. You and the woman. This ends tonight." Daniel and Sarah exchanged glances, but remained silent, unwilling to give away their exact positions within the lodge. "I'm a reasonable man," Ezekiel continued when no response came. "Surrender, now turn over the documents, and I'll let the woman live. You, of course, will hang, but it will be quick." Better than you deserve for the trouble you've caused me." Still, they maintained their silence. Ezekiel's reasonable offer was nothing but a ploy to draw them out. Once he had the documents, neither of them would leave the valley alive. "Very well," Ezekiel said after a moment. "I had hoped to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but you leave me no choice." He raised his voice again, but this time he was addressing someone else. "Bring him forward." Two men emerged from the shadows of an outbuilding, dragging a third figure between them. Even in the dim light, Sarah recognized Noah Grayson, his face bloody, his posture that of a man who had been severely beaten. "My son has betrayed me," Ezekiel announced, his voice carrying clearly through the night air. "Sided with my enemies, stolen my private papers. For these crimes, the penalty is death." He drew a pistol from his belt, aiming it at Noah's head with his remaining hand. "Unless," he continued, "the woman and Carter surrender themselves and the documents immediately. A son's life for yours. Decide quickly." Sarah's heart raced. Noah had risked everything to help them, had deliberately drawn Sullivan's men away to give them a chance at safety. Now he would die for that loyalty, unless they sacrificed themselves. "It's a trap," Daniel whispered. "Once we're out there, he'll kill all three of us. We can't just let him execute Noah," Sarah protested. Noah knew the risks when he turned against his father. Daniel's voice was hard, but not unsympathetic. "The documents are what matter now. They're our only chance for justice." Sarah understood the cold calculus of their situation, but something within her rebelled against it. They had lost too many allies already. Cooper Two Hawks, Running Wolf. Each death a sacrifice for a justice that seemed increasingly elusive. "There has to be another way," she insisted. Outside, Ezekiel was growing impatient. 10 seconds, he called. "Then I put a bullet in my treacherous son's brain." He began counting down each number hanging in the night air like a physical presence. 10, 9, 8. Sarah looked to Daniel, seeking some solution in his ice-blue eyes. But there was only grim resignation there, the knowledge that they had reached the end of their options. 7, 6, 5. "I'm going out there," she decided suddenly. "I'll tell him Morning Star took the documents. Buy some time." "Sarah, no." Daniel reached for her, but weakness slowed him. "He'll kill you the moment he realizes you don't have what he wants." 4, 3. "Then we'll all die," she said simply. "But at least we'll die knowing we didn't abandon an ally." Before Daniel could stop her, Sarah rose from their cover, moving toward the lodge door, with the Winchester held clearly in front of her. 2, 1, "Wait," she called loud enough to be heard outside. "I'm coming out." She opened the heavy door, slowly stepping onto the porch with her rifle lowered but not surrendered. In the courtyard, Ezekiel paused, pistol still aimed at Noah's head. "Mrs. Miller," he said, his voice carrying the same false courtesy it had in Cheyenne before he'd ordered her stripped and humiliated. "How kind of you to join us. But I asked for both you and Carter." "Daniel's wounded," she replied, descending the steps cautiously. "He can barely walk." Ezekiel's cold eyes assessed her, searching for deception. "The documents. Where are they?" "Not here," she answered truthfully. "They're on their way to Judge Williams in Deadwood." A flash of genuine alarm crossed Ezekiel's face before he mastered it. "You're lying." "Am I?" Sarah maintained steady eye contact, channeling the steel that had allowed her to survive everything the Wyoming wilderness had thrown at her. Two Hawks' widow took them hours ago. Cheyenne runners are already on their way to Deadwood. By this time tomorrow, Williams will have everything he needs to hang you for Baxter Springs and a dozen other crimes. Noah, despite his battered condition, managed to smile at his father's obvious discomfort. It cost him a vicious backhand from one of his guards, but the blow didn't erase his satisfaction. "If what you say is true," Ezekiel said carefully, "then you and Carter are of no further use to me. I might as well kill you now and be done with it." "You could," Sarah acknowledged, "but that won't stop what's coming. Kill us, and Williams will still get the documents. The only difference is that our deaths will add 3 more charges to the indictment." She was bluffing, at least partially. Morningstar had indeed taken the documents, but there was no guarantee the Cheyenne runners would reach Deadwood or that Williams would act on the evidence if they did. But Ezekiel didn't know that. "There's still time to run," she continued, pressing her advantage. "Take your remaining men, head for Mexico. You might make it across the border before Williams issues the warrants." Ezekiel's face darkened with rage. "You think I would run from a woman and a crippled marshal? I built an empire from nothing after the war took everything from me. I won't abandon it now." "And then you'll hang," Sarah said simply. "Your choice." The standoff stretched tension crackling in the night air. Ezekiel's men looked to him for orders, uncertain in the face of this unexpected development. Noah remained on his knees, watching the exchange with a mixture of pain and pride. Then from somewhere beyond the compound walls came the distinctive war cry of the Cheyenne, the same high, ululating call that had signaled Two Hawks' charge at the ranch. It was answered immediately by several others, seemingly from different directions. "What is this?" Ezekiel demanded, his composure cracking. "What have you done?" Before Sarah could answer, rifle fire erupted from beyond the walls, precise shots that found 2 of Sullivan's men, dropping them where they stood. The others scattered for cover, returning fire blindly into the darkness beyond the compound. In the confusion, Noah wrenched free from his remaining guard, driving an elbow into the man's stomach before delivering a knockout blow to his jaw. He rolled away, seeking shelter behind a water trough, as bullets whined through the space he had occupied moments before. Sarah used the distraction to retreat back toward the lodge, firing the Winchester from the hip to discourage pursuit. Inside, she found Daniel had dragged himself to the doorway, Colt in hand, providing covering fire, despite his weakened condition. "Morningstar?" he asked as she helped him back to better cover. "I think so," Sarah replied, "though I didn't expect her back so soon." Outside, the battle was intensifying. The Cheyenne attackers, however many there were, maintained disciplined fire from beyond the walls, picking off Sullivan's men when they exposed themselves. Ezekiel and Sullivan had retreated to the shelter of an outbuilding, shouting orders that their increasingly panicked men struggled to follow. A figure appeared at the lodge door, Noah breathless, but moving under his own power despite his injuries. "My father's men are breaking," he reported, securing the heavy door behind him. "They expected an easy fight, not an ambush." "How many Cheyenne are out there?" Daniel asked. "Can't tell," Noah admitted. "They're maintaining fire from multiple positions. Could be 5, could be 20. A new sound joined the cacophony outside, a bugle call clear and unmistakable in the night air. The cavalry charge. "That's not Cheyenne," Daniel said, recognition dawning in his eyes. "That's..." The compound gate, already damaged from the earlier explosion, burst open as mounted soldiers poured through, carbines firing. Their blue uniforms were clearly visible even in the moonlight. U.S. cavalry, at least a full platoon. "The army," Sarah breathed. "But how?" "Williams," Daniel suggested. If Morningstar's runners reached him in Deadwood, he could have telegraphed the nearest fort. The cavalry charge swept through the compound with brutal efficiency, catching Sullivan's men between their advance and the continued fire from the Cheyenne beyond the walls. Within minutes, the outcome was decided. Those of Sullivan's force who weren't killed outright threw down their weapons in surrender. "Should we go out?" Sarah asked, watching the soldiers establish control of the courtyard. "Not yet," Daniel advised. "Let's make sure they're friendly first." They didn't have long to wait. A sharp knock came at the lodge door, followed by a voice calling, "Daniel Carter, Sarah Miller. This is Lieutenant Thomas Hargrove, 7th Cavalry. You're safe now." Noah opened the door cautiously, revealing the young lieutenant they had met briefly before Sullivan's ambush. Hargrove looked tired, but triumphant, his uniform dusty from hard riding. "Mr. Grayson," he acknowledged with some surprise. "I didn't expect to find you here." "So it's a long story, Lieutenant," Noah replied, stepping aside to allow Hargrove to enter. "But I'm not with my father anymore." Hargrove took in the scene quickly, Daniel's wounded condition, Sarah's exhausted but determined stance, the evidence of their desperate defense. "You've led us on quite a chase, Mr. Carter," he said, though without rancor. "Half of Wyoming seems to be looking for you." "How did you find us?" Sarah asked. "Judge Williams telegraphed from Deadwood," Hargrove explained. "Said Cheyenne runners brought him documents implicating Ezekiel Grayson in multiple federal crimes. He ordered my patrol to locate and protect you as key witnesses." The lieutenant smiled slightly. "The Cheyenne woman with him was quite insistent about your location." "Morning Star," Sarah said with relief. "She made it through." "Indeed she did," Hargrove confirmed. "And the documents are now safely in Williams's hands. He's convening a special tribunal in Cheyenne next week." Daniel's tense posture relaxed for the first time in days. "Ezekiel and Sullivan, in custody," Hargrove reported, "along with those of their men who surrendered. They'll face federal charges for the attack on Judge Cooper, among other crimes." It was over. After days of desperate flight, after so many sacrifices and close calls, justice was finally within reach. Sarah felt a wave of exhaustion crash over her as the constant tension that had sustained her suddenly evaporated. "Daniel needs medical attention," she said, her voice sounding distant even to her own ears. "His leg." "We have a surgeon with us," Hargrove assured her. "And we'll get you both to Cheyenne as soon as you're able to travel." The room seemed to tilt and blur around Sarah. The last thing she remembered was Daniel calling her name as darkness claimed her, her body finally surrendering to the cumulative toll of their ordeal. Sarah woke to unfamiliar surroundings, a small but comfortable room with whitewashed walls and sunlight streaming through lace curtains. For a moment, she thought she might be back in Boston, that the entire Wyoming ordeal had been some elaborate nightmare. Then, the soreness in her muscles and the rough calluses on her once smooth hands confirmed the reality of her experiences. She sat up slowly, finding herself dressed in a clean nightgown, her buckskin dress nowhere to be seen. A simple blue cotton dress hung from a hook on the door, clearly left for her use. The room's furnishings were modest but respectable. A small dresser with a porcelain basin and pitcher, a straight-backed chair, a bedside table with a kerosene lamp. Through the window she could see the main street of what appeared to be Cheyenne, though from a different perspective than she remembered. A soft knock at the door preceded the entrance of an older woman in a practical dress and apron. "Ah, you're awake," she said with evident satisfaction. "Dr. Mitchell said you might sleep another day, but I told him, that one's stronger than she looks. I'm Mrs. Abernathy. This is my boarding house." "How long have I been asleep?" Sarah asked, her voice rough from disuse. "Nearly 2 days," Mrs. Abernathy replied, pouring fresh water into the basin. "Lieutenant Hargrove brought you and Mr. Carter here after you collapsed at the Grayson Hunting Lodge. Pure exhaustion, the doctor said. No wonder after what you've been through." 2 days. Sarah could scarcely believe it. "Daniel, Mr. Carter. How is he?" "Recovering," Mrs. Abernathy said. The army surgeon removed the infected tissue and gave him proper medicines. The fever broke yesterday morning. She smiled knowingly. He's been asking about you every hour since he woke up. Relief washed over Sarah. Daniel would live. After everything they'd endured, at least they had both survived. And the others? Noah Grayson, Morning Star. The young Mr. Grayson is staying down the hall, Mrs. Abernathy informed her. His face is a sight all bruised up, but he's mobile. She hesitated. The Indian woman declined to stay in town, said she preferred to be with her people, but she comes each day to check on you both. Sarah nodded, understanding Morning Star's discomfort with remaining in Cheyenne after everything that had happened. What about the trial, Judge Williams? The judge arrived yesterday, Mrs. Abernathy said, laying out a towel beside the basin. The tribunal begins tomorrow in the town hall. Everyone's talking about it. The great Ezekiel Grayson brought low at last. She looked at Sarah with undisguised curiosity. They say you're to be the star witness. Along with Daniel, I imagine, Sarah replied, not entirely comfortable with the notion of public testimony. What had seemed straightforward in the wilderness, bringing Ezekiel to justice, now felt more complicated with the eyes of society upon her. Well, you'll want to wash up and dress, Mrs. Abernathy said practically. There's breakfast downstairs when you're ready, and visitors waiting. After the older woman departed, Sarah bathed as best she could with the basin and dressed in the provided gown. It was a simple affair compared to what she had worn in Boston, but after days in blood-stained buckskin, it felt luxurious against her skin. She found herself moving cautiously, as if expecting danger at every turn. The habits of survival were not easily set aside, even in these civilized surroundings. Her hand kept reaching for a weapon that was no longer at her side. Downstairs, the boarding house dining room was empty, save for one occupant, Daniel, seated at a small table by the window. He looked up as she entered, his face lighting with relief, and something more that made her heart beat faster. "Sarah," he said, rising, despite his clearly still painful leg. He wore clean clothes, dark trousers and a white shirt, and had trimmed his beard, making him look almost respectable. Almost, but not quite. The hardness in his ice-blue eyes remained the mark of a man who had seen too much of the world's darker nature. "You should be resting that leg," she chided gently, taking a seat across from him. "Been resting for 2 days," he replied with a ghost of a smile. "Any more, and I'll forget how to walk entirely." A silence fell between them, not uncomfortable but weighted with all they had experienced together. How did one make small talk after facing death side by side, after killing and nearly being killed, after seeing allies fall and enemies rise? "Judge Williams wants to see us this afternoon," Daniel said finally, "to go over our testimony for tomorrow." Sarah nodded, accepting the coffee Mrs. Abernathy poured before discreetly withdrawing. "What will happen to Ezekiel and Sullivan?" "If the tribunal finds them guilty, and they will, with the evidence we have, they'll hang," Daniel stated flatly. "Federal charges of conspiracy, murder, obstruction of justice. Williams isn't known for leniency." "And Noah," Daniel's expression softened slightly, "immunity in exchange for testimony against his father. Williams was impressed by his actions at the lodge." Sarah sipped her coffee, savoring the rich flavor after days of whatever they could scrounge in the wilderness. "It doesn't seem real," she admitted, "being here in civilization, wearing a dress, drinking coffee from a china cup. After everything." "I know," Daniel agreed. "Part of me is still out there watching for Sullivan's men behind every tree. Will it ever feel normal again, being safe?" Daniel considered this. "I've been hunting Ezekiel Grayson for 15 years. I'm not sure I remember what normal feels like. He met her eyes across the table. What about you? Will you go back to Boston after the trial? The question caught her off guard, though she realized it shouldn't have. Of course, she would be expected to return east to resume the life she had left behind. Yet the thought filled her with inexplicable dread. I don't know, she answered honestly. There's nothing for me in Boston now. My father's gone, our family home sold to pay his debts. William brought me west with promises of a new life. She looked out the window at the bustling frontier town. It wasn't the life I expected, but it's mine now. Daniel seemed about to respond when the boarding house door opened, admitting Noah Grayson. The young man's face bore the marks of his father's brutality, a healing cut across his cheekbone, yellowing bruises around his eye and jaw. Yet there was a lightness to his bearing that hadn't been there before, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Mrs. Miller, he greeted Sarah with genuine warmth. It's good to see you recovered. Thanks to you, she replied. Daniel told me about your immunity deal. I'm glad. Noah shrugged, taking a seat at their table when invited. Small price for Judge Williams to pay. My testimony is just confirmation of what the documents already prove. He accepted coffee from Mrs. Abernathy with a polite nod. I've been thinking about what comes after. California, maybe. Or Colorado. Somewhere I can start fresh without the Grayson name hanging over me. You could stay in Wyoming, Sarah suggested. Help rebuild what your father damaged. Too many ghosts, Noah replied with a sad smile. Too many people who would always see Ezekiel when they look at me. He glanced at Daniel. What about you, Carter? Will you finally hang up that gun when this is over? Daniel didn't answer immediately, his gaze returning to Sarah before shifting to the street outside. I've spent so long chasing justice, I'm not sure I'd know what to do with it once it's served. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Lieutenant Hargrove, resplendent in his dress uniform. He removed his hat as he entered, nodding respectfully to Mrs. Abernathy before approaching their table. Mrs. Miller, Mr. Carter, Mr. Grayson, he greeted them. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Lieutenant, Sarah assured him. Please join us. Hargrove took the offered chair. I wanted to personally update you before the tribunal begins. Ezekiel Grayson and Sullivan are securely held at the Army post. 16 of their men have been captured with another 8 confirmed dead during the engagement at the lodge. And the documents, Daniel asked. Safe with Judge Williams, Hargrove confirmed, along with sworn statements from Morning Star and the surviving Cheyenne warriors who witnessed events at the cave and elsewhere. The case against Grayson and Sullivan is ironclad. Noah's expression darkened at the mention of his father. Has he said anything about why? Hargrove shook his head. Not a word since his capture. Sullivan's been more talkative, trying to bargain for leniency, but Williams isn't having it. Their discussion continued, covering the upcoming tribunal and the evidence that would be presented. Throughout, Sarah found her attention repeatedly drawn to Daniel, the way he analyzed each detail, the strategic mind behind the weathered exterior. A man defined for so long by his pursuit of justice, now on the verge of achieving it. What would remain when that purpose was fulfilled? The town hall was packed beyond capacity for the first day of the tribunal. It seemed everyone in Cheyenne and the surrounding territory had come to witness the downfall of Ezekiel Grayson. Ranchers and shopkeepers, settlers and soldiers, even a small delegation of Cheyenne led by Morning Star, all squeezed into the building, with more gathered outside where bulletins would be posted throughout the proceedings. Judge Thaddeus Williams presided from a hastily constructed dais, his imposing figure and flowing white beard lending gravity to the proceedings. A former Union general turned frontier jurist, Williams was known for his impartiality and unwavering commitment to the law. This tribunal is convened by the authority of the President of the United States. He announced, his voice carrying easily through the crowded hall. To hear evidence in the matter of the United States versus Ezekiel Grayson and Samuel Sullivan. The defendants sat at a small table heavily guarded by army soldiers. Ezekiel maintained the same proud bearing he had displayed throughout his rise to power. His silver beard, neatly trimmed, his empty sleeve pinned precisely to his black coat. Only the manacles at his wrists betrayed his changed circumstances. Sullivan, by contrast, seemed diminished, his once intimidating presence reduced to that of a common criminal awaiting sentence. He avoided looking at his former employer, focusing instead on the proceedings with the calculating gaze of a man still seeking escape. Sarah, Daniel, and Noah were seated near the front alongside Lieutenant Hargrove and other key witnesses. As the tribunal progressed, each would be called to testify about different aspects of the case against Grayson and Sullivan. The prosecution, led by a sharp-featured attorney from the Justice Department, began by presenting the documentary evidence, financial records, showing payments to Sullivan for services rendered, falsified land deeds, correspondence, implicating Grayson in the Baxter Springs massacre and other atrocities. Then came the witnesses. Noah testified first, his voice steady as he recounted his father's criminal enterprise and his own eventual realization of its true nature. He spoke of Judge Cooper's murder of Running Wolf's last stand of 2 hawks' sacrifice, each death another weight added to Ezekiel's scales of justice. Lieutenant Hargrove followed, providing a military perspective on the events at the hunting lodge and the evidence of Ezekiel's conspiracy with ex-Confederate soldiers to establish what amounted to a private fiefdom in Wyoming Territory. Morning Star's testimony was brief but powerful, delivered through an interpreter, though Sarah knew she spoke English perfectly well. The strategic choice lent additional weight to her words as she described the death of her husband and the persecution of her people at Sullivan's hands. When Daniel's turn came, the hall fell silent. His reputation had preceded him, the legendary manhunter who had spent 15 years pursuing justice for his murdered family. He spoke with quiet authority about Baxter Springs, about the evidence linking Ezekiel to Quantrill's raiders, about the pattern of intimidation and murder that had followed Grayson from Kansas to Wyoming. Throughout his testimony, Daniel never raised his voice, never showed the emotion that must have boiled beneath the surface. His cold recitation of facts was all the more damning for its restraint. Finally, it was Sarah's turn. As she took the witness chair, she was acutely conscious of the eyes upon her. Not just the tribunal and spectators, but Daniel, whose gaze she felt like a physical presence. She spoke of her arrival in Wyoming, of William's death, of her public humiliation at the Graysons' hands. She recounted their flight across the territory, the battles at the ranch and cave, Cooper's murder, and their desperate efforts to preserve the evidence he had died protecting. Through it all, she maintained the dignity that had sustained her throughout her ordeal. No longer the refined Boston lady, nor the buckskin-clad frontier survivor, but something new, a woman who had faced the worst the world could offer and emerged stronger. When she described the final confrontation at the hunting lodge, Ezekiel's mask of indifference finally cracked. His cold eyes burned with hatred as she detailed his attempt to execute his own son, his desperate efforts to recover the documents that would condemn him. "And do you believe," Judge Williams asked when she had finished, "that the defendants would have killed you and Mr. Carter had they captured you?" Sarah met Ezekiel's gaze directly. "Without hesitation, Your Honor. Just as they killed Judge Cooper, 2 hawks, Running Wolf, and countless others who stood in their way." The prosecution rested its case after Sarah's testimony. The defense, such as it was, consisted mainly of technical objections and attempts to exclude certain evidence. Ezekiel himself declined to testify, maintaining a stony silence throughout. Judge Williams required only 1 day of deliberation before delivering his verdict. "Ezekiel Grayson and Samuel Sullivan," he intoned, the packed hall hushed in anticipation. "This tribunal finds you guilty of all charges. The evidence of your crimes is overwhelming and incontrovertible. You have conspired to pervert the course of justice, to deprive citizens of their rightful property through fraud and violence, and to commit murder in pursuit of your ambitions." He paused, his stern gaze moving between the two defendants. "For these crimes, there can be only one sentence. You are both condemned to hang by the neck until dead. Sentence to be carried out tomorrow at dawn." A murmur ran through the crowd, not surprise at the verdict, which had been a foregone conclusion, but the swiftness of the execution. Frontier justice unencumbered by the lengthy appeals process of Eastern courts. As the defendants were led away, Ezekiel's gaze found Sarah one final time. There was no repentance there, no acknowledgement of wrongdoing, only cold hatred and the promise of vengeance that would now go unfulfilled. Dawn broke clear and cold over Cheyenne, the sky painted in bands of pink and gold above the distant mountains. A crowd had gathered on the edge of town where a gallows had been constructed overnight, a simple but sturdy affair of rough-hewn timber. Sarah stood apart from the main crowd, Daniel beside her, both wrapped in heavy coats against the pre-dawn chill. Neither had slept much, the imminent culmination of their long struggle keeping rest at bay. 15 years, Daniel said quietly, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. 15 years, I've waited for this moment, dreamed of it, planned for it. And now, Sarah asked, studying his profile against the lightening sky. Now I wonder if it will change anything. His voice held a note she hadn't heard before. Not doubt exactly, but a questioning that suggested personal growth. Will my wife and son rest easier? Will the nightmares stop? Sarah slipped her hand into his, a gesture that would have been scandalous in Boston, but felt right in this moment. Justice isn't about erasing the past, she said softly. It's about making the future possible. He looked down at their joined hands, then at her face. What future do you see, Sarah Miller? Before she could answer, a murmur ran through the crowd as the prisoners were led to the gallows. The execution proceeded with grim efficiency. No speeches, no last-minute confessions or pleas for mercy, just the mechanical process of justice being served. When it was done, when Ezekiel Grayson and Sullivan hung side by side in the growing light of dawn, Sarah felt no triumph, no vindication, only a profound weariness and the sense of a chapter closing. The crowd dispersed quickly, most heading to the warmth of homes and businesses now that the spectacle was over. Sarah and Daniel remained still, hand in hand, watching as Army personnel began the process of removing the bodies. You never answered my question, Daniel said eventually, about what future you see. Sarah considered her response carefully. I see Wyoming, she said. Not as Ezekiel Grayson envisioned it, a kingdom built on corruption and fear, but as it could be. A place where people like Morningstar's tribe and settlers like me can coexist. Where the law protects everyone, not just the powerful. Ambitious, Daniel observed, though not dismissively. I learned from the best, she replied with a small smile. A certain stubborn marshal who spent 15 years pursuing justice against impossible odds. They began walking back toward town, their pace unhurried. The weight of immediate danger had lifted, allowing them to notice details that had been irrelevant during their flight. The beauty of the mountains against the morning sky, the scent of pine carried on the breeze, the simple pleasure of walking side by side without fear of ambush. "I meant what I said at the lodge," Daniel said as they reached the edge of town. "About the valley and the Tetons. Most beautiful place God ever made." He glanced at her uncharacteristic uncertainty in his expression. "I have a small claim there. Nothing fancy, but good water, good grazing land, room to build." Sarah's heart quickened at the implied invitation. "Are you asking me to accompany you, Mr. Carter?" "I'm suggesting," he replied carefully, "that neither of us has much tying us to our old lives, that we've seen the worst and best of each other these past days, and that I find myself reluctant to say goodbye." It wasn't a declaration of love. Daniel Carter wasn't a man for flowery sentiments or grand gestures, but in its straightforward honesty, it was perhaps more meaningful than any poetic profession. "I'd like to see this valley," Sarah said, matching his practical tone, though her eyes conveyed deeper emotions. "After all, I've come to appreciate the Wyoming landscape. It would be a shame to leave without seeing its finest feature." A smile touched Daniel's lips, a real one this time, reaching his ice-blue eyes and transforming his weathered face. "It's settled then. We'll head north once the Army releases us from our duties here." As they continued toward Mrs. Abernathy's boarding house, Sarah reflected on the strange path that had brought her to this moment. From Boston society to a frontier widow, from victim to survivor, from a woman seeking rescue to one who had found her own strength. The Wyoming Territory had nearly killed her. It had also in a profound way given her life. Ahead, Morning Star waited outside the boarding house, her expression softening as she saw them approach. Beyond her, Noah Grayson sat on the porch deep in conversation with Lieutenant Hargrove. The beginning of new alliances, new possibilities. "You know," Sarah said, pausing at the boarding house gate, "William brought me west with promises of a better life. It wasn't what he described, but perhaps he was right, after all." Daniel's hand tightened around hers, a silent acknowledgement of all they had endured and all that might yet bear. Together, they stepped forward to greet their unlikely friends, and the future they represented, a future where justice had been served and new beginnings were possible. A future where the law of the West would protect all who sought honest lives beneath its vast and unforgiving sky. Het.